paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874, 800-390-0874, 800-390-0874.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades, using only the best CertainTeed products. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From rescue mission to recovery mission, we're learning new details on the tragic plane crash that is impacting air travel on the East Coast, including here in Philadelphia International, because flights are being diverted from Reagan National to airports such as Philadelphia International. So call ahead, obviously, as I'm sure you always do, as the sorrow deepens, as we learn more about this crash that happened over the Potomac River. You'll hear some audio, and this is the Trump administration, brand new administration, and we're expecting new information with news conferences, obviously. President Trump is expected within about an hour, to speak on this. We saw him putting word out on social media, so we'll bring you all of that. I want to get right to it, as this morning when we started out 4 hours ago, and I was telling you that it was there was hope, that there was a rescue mission underway, and we look at the souls who many have been praying for. Now we learn no survivors, that it would be a miracle or impossible. Those are the words after this American Airlines plane crash. It collided with an Army chopper, and we'll talk about the wording I'm using: crash, collision, etc., because that's in contention. But it crashed in the air over Washington, D.C. about before 9 o'clock last night, as this search and rescue operation, like I say, is now officially a recovery mission, as they now have recovered at least 28 bodies from that 36-degree water. And I've been telling you how for these hundreds, more than 300 responders, first responders, especially those divers, among the worst conditions that you could imagine. It's windy, frigid waters, and they were keeping hope alive, as in the darkness, they hoped that they would find some survivors from this tragic situation. So we know the American Airlines jet carrying 64 people plunged into the Potomac River, colliding midair with that Army helicopter, Black Hawk, last night, and the recovery teams pulling dozens of bodies from that icy water of the Potomac. So the brand new Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, joining in this morning's news conference, and we had been telling you that this morning. I think the most important piece of this is what he said later in the morning. This was not during the initial. I forget at this point if we carried some of his audio earlier. What you did not hear was during the reporter Q&A. So let's hear this, and just consider that he was sworn in on Tuesday. This happens last night, and here's the new Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy.
Don't read into that we had how many hours the pilots on the military aircraft had, and you had another question for me that was...
Last night the president had said that this could be prevented, and also that air traffic control, questioning why they may not have communicated with the helicopter telling them what to do. We are going to wait for all the information to come in from this vantage point, but to back up what the president said, what I've seen so far, do I think this was preventable? Absolutely.
Also, we've learned, and I believe he went on to talk about the communication, was asked about the communication with the control tower, and he had said, and others have said as well, they do not believe there was a breakdown in communication. So the communication between the military chopper and the... Okay, let's listen in.
Yep. Just 1, 2, 3.
It's for Secretary Duffy. Have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one.
And that's just it. We're hearing more about who was on that commercial airliner. I will tell you, it was one of those smaller American Airlines planes. And so we have the crew aboard. We have the 64 people aboard that one, and then the 3 military. For me personally, I shared this with you earlier. I think one of the more poignant moments was when you saw the first responders as they stood in an exact line. These are firefighters, cops, paramedics, when they were carrying the body, the remains of one of the 3 Army service members who was killed in the chopper. And they were carrying this is on a stretcher, flag draped. And they very respectfully, all saluting, standing at full attention. And then they rolled over the body, on a stretcher into that ambulance. It was a very respectful moment. And I think as Americans, we look at the situation and we don't know all of the details. There is a ton of speculation, obviously, when we think about when this happened at night. And I know many of you are speculating and in the military thinking about the type of chopper as well as the type of night vision goggles that they were wearing in that chopper as far as the military chopper. What led to this, we don't have all the details, so I'm trying to bring that to you in a diplomatic and also respectful fashion. And then we also have a couple of other things that I'll mention just in case you're just joining us here on The Dawn Show. Dawn Stensland, executive producer Dan Borowski, as well as our engineer Jimmy Kelly. Greg Stocker was sick today. We wish him well. But I know that a lot of us, during a breaking news morning, we're trying to bring all of this together. So kudos to our crew as we try to bring you the very latest, which we will. You're not going to miss a thing. Locally here, I will say one of the big stories as Philadelphia City Council is meeting and reacting to the ICE operations that have been happening. You're going to hear a lot about that today. And as well, the school superintendent of Philadelphia schools releasing his, quote, State of Education report today. And so this, as maybe parents give their report card, the superintendent, Watlington, the headline here is that he says we're doing better. My comment to that as a Philadelphia parent, I would say, well, I don't know that, I mean, that would have been horrifying to think after the pandemic and everything that our kids have been through, whether it's public schools or private schools, quite frankly, with the shutdowns of then Governor Tom Wolf. I don't know how it could have been any worse, but he has a hopeful report. We'll get to all of that. There was talk this morning, a couple of things I just want to address quickly, and there are many angles on the developing story of the plane crash in D.C., but I will say this. There were questions, was this terrorism? Could this have been terrorism? I'm not hearing that at all. No one is attributing any kind of terrorist act because we know that there were Russian skaters, champion ice skaters and figure skaters aboard this flight. We're not hearing any talk of a possible terrorist attack. Of course, they have to address everything, so we're watching that. The other question was, will this tragedy and then the ensuing, obviously operation continues as they pull bodies from the water and search for more bodies and still, I suppose, hold out hope that maybe there will be a miracle. Maybe somebody could be pulled out of the water. I'm sure some of their family members, as they learn this, just have that hopeful prayer as they grieve. I will say that many said, well, will they go on with the confirmation hearings on Capitol Hill? The answer we're hearing is yes. So the confirmation hearings will not be canceled. That news just within the past hour or so, and they're not being canceled in the wake of this tragedy. So former Democrat Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard and military veteran, her confirmation hearings go on. Kash Patel as well, as he wants to restore hope in the FBI and trust in the FBI. That's one headline we're seeing that we expect to hear from Kash Patel, Trump's choice. And then what about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as he was in the hot seat yesterday, hoping to become Trump's pick for, health, HHS secretary involving health, MAHA, all of that. To me, and I know you want to give your take, to me, two takes on this, and Dan, of course, has audio of this that we want to get to. I will say one headline that I thought was the craziest was his now deceased ex-wife, who was, they revived some transcript from something that she had said during their vicious, just nasty divorce many, many years ago. Again, she is deceased, but they have kids together, and they were reviving the words of his dead wife, ex-wife, literally, in this. And that was, to me, really an ick factor. But on the other hand, he faced some tough questioning, even from the Republican side of the aisle. And Dan, I do want to get to this one because I think this one is significant, and even maybe conservatives or Republicans had concern with regard to this back and forth that we want to talk about from a Republican who's a senator and a doctor.
Mr. Kennedy, President Trump has sworn to protect Medicare. Republicans are exploring reforms to Medicaid that could help pay for Trump administration priorities. With this context, what will you do about dual eligibles?
About
dual eligibles?
Dual eligibles are not right now served very well under the system. Those are people who are eligible for both Medicaid and Medicare. I suppose my answer to that is to make sure that the programs are consolidated, that they're integrated, and the care is integrated.
And how do you propose that we integrate those programs? Does Medicare pay more, Medicare pay less, Medicaid pay more, Medicaid pay less? How do we do that?
I'm not exactly sure. I do not know the answer to that.
Yeah, and so in this one, it's the reason, and this is so-called, these should have been layups, right? These are questions from a Republican senator, from the Republican side. I think that's what's significant to me, that he appeared at one point even to not really understand the distinct differences between Medicare, Medicaid. And so I think that was raising some eyebrows, if you will, from people saying, ooh, this is not a good look. And what's going on here? And so this will continue this morning. Those are underway right now. But I think that's one that's a big question this morning as we think about RFK Jr. It didn't look good. And I don't really understand it, because some of these were basic questions, I think, and he seemed kind of stumped. Am I reading too much into it, Dan? Is that what you took away from this?
I do think he got in a little burn on the Democrats there. That I'm going to play back a little more of that exchange with Bill Cassidy.
Americans don't, by and large, do not like the Affordable Care Act. People are on it. They don't like Medicaid. They like Medicare. And they like private insurance. We need to listen to what they would prefer to be on private insurance. Most Americans, if they can afford to be, will be on private insurance. We need to figure out ways to improve care, particularly for elderly, for veterans, for the poor in this country. And Medicaid, the current model, is not doing that. I would ask, any of the Democrats who are chuckling just now, do you think all that money, the $900 billion that we're sending to Medicaid every year, has made Americans healthy? Do we think it's working for anybody?
And so this one, you have, Senator Bill Cassidy. He's a Republican from Louisiana, and he was asking about what reforms that he would propose for Medicaid, which provides coverage to, it's like, what, 72, I believe 72 to 75 million Americans. And it is, I think a lot of us, quite frankly, maybe I'm too much into the weeds on this, so you can tell me, 855-839-1210, the number to call. But Medicaid is funded also by the states and the federal government. So there's a combo deal. And I think that he's trying to speak in generalities. So maybe I'm somebody, maybe we all are people who pay close attention to this and we put it under a microscope. So maybe I'm reading too much into it. But it just felt like, and even with what should have been layups, and he should have nailed these, I felt like he was struggling. And I always want to be honest with you. So if indeed because he needs every single Republican. So then what happens if he does not get all the Republicans, if they're questioning him, and I don't know where they're at? Again, he'll be before a subcommittee that Senator Cassidy, who's a doctor and is the chair of the Senate committee, that he'll be before today. So we'll hear more. But I think that if my feel on this one, and you can tell me, 855-839-1210, my feeling on this one is that Trump will probably maybe still give him a position as maybe a health czar and talk about MAHA, talk about nutrition and all of that, because he's so into fitness, if he doesn't make this cut. I think, I do think Trump wants him as part of his team. That's just my feeling. And I know back in the day, somebody would say, Dawn is Trump-splaining. But I do think that, RFK Jr. is somebody who stood on a stage, supported Trump, and nobody knew at that point. It's not as if he stood on the stage in, September or October. He stood on that stage earlier when the talking points were that, they're going to get him. And RFK has taken a beating even by his own family members who have been, oh my goodness, so vicious. And then I don't know if you saw the story. Did you see this, Dan? Did you see the story about his now deceased wife, Mary? And her, the story is incredible. That literally it's like a ghost of, I don't know, because confirmation hearings passed, but literally bringing forth her words from a years ago ugly divorce, and with his current wife, Cheryl Hines, right? So he divorced, was going through a divorce with Mary. His current wife, Cheryl, who's the movie star and, HBO and whatnot, sitting right behind him. But to think about the fact that they're pushing forth this narrative that his now deceased wife, here's a document from when they were going through their nasty divorce, and she called him a wife cheater, and it's horrible things. Do you think that has an impact on these, or do you think that that's so over the top that people just think maybe people are kind of, hardened to it? because it's so personal.
You know, I've always
So
been confused with the target demo of these things because are you who are you trying to convince when you're doing these hearings? Because they're all televised, right? And the people that honestly get to choose whether or not they go through are senators. So are you trying to appeal to senators or are you trying to appeal to a general populace? Because if you're trying to appeal to a general populace, I don't think this plays at all. You know, I think people see right through this bull crap over and over again, trying to, you know, muddy up anything related to Trump. And this is really, really kind of disgusting, to be quite honest. So I think the public sees through it. Now, do senators see through it when they're all in the muckety-muck themselves? I don't know. And will they see this as some kind of, you know, publicity hit to RFK? I hope not. I hope they see through it as well, but you never know with these people down in Washington.
Yeah, and the New York Post, obviously a right-leaning publication, right, owned by the Murdochs, the same company as Fox. Even they are picking it up. Mary Kennedy accuses ex-husband RFK Jr. being a sexual deviant and gaslighting from beyond the grave. I mean, that's one of the headlines here. And so it was just incredible to me that where is the low? Is there any, you know what I mean? Like to me, this is the lowest of low, particularly because of this deceased ex-wife. I mean, there are children involved. I mean, adult children, albeit, but still, I just think this is indecent, if you will. But and they said that he videoed her. So, I don't know. And she had, you know, mental health issues, and it's really a tragedy. So I just think these things have gone to a new low, and it's pretty nasty.
So essentially, I hate to, you know, put it all out there, but reading between the lines, they're blaming RFK for his former wife's suicide. I
mean, that's essentially what they're doing.
That's
here.
Heinous.
And this is they had 4 children together, and you know, it's just sad. The whole thing is just ugly and icky. To me, I saw many different Maha moms. That was a headline. Yes, it was on Fox News, but it was also on a lot of other publications that people who support Maha, Make America Healthy Again, just loved the headline so much of the fact that RFK Jr. talks, and this is his wheelhouse, right? When he talks about nutrition and labels and even environmental issues, such as what's in the water and this estrogen, because I guess you have runoff and so many people are like washing the chicken, or not chicken, but washing the meat that the animals have been, you know, infused with different kinds of hormones, etc. What's in the water, those kinds of questions. That's a very popular narrative with a lot of Americans, and very concerning. So 855-839-1210. You know,
Kash Patel's
let's go to
statements. You want it?
Yeah, let's go to Kash Patel. He's delivering now live opening statement.
Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Trump's FBI director.
I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jesse Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way. These values have shaped and been the driving force of my career in 16 years of government service. Protecting the rights of the Constitution is of the utmost importance to me and has been every single time I've taken that oath of office. The recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans tragically claimed the lives of 14 innocent Americans and serve as a stark reminder that our national security is at threat, both internally and externally. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice, where I served, play a pivotal role in securing our freedoms and our safeties for American citizens. If confirmed as the next FBI director, I will remain focused on the FBI's core mission. That is to investigate fully wherever there is a constitutional factual basis to do so, and to never make a prosecutorial decision that is solely the providence of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. For the first 8 years after law school, I served as a public defender, first for Miami-Dade County and later for the Southern District of Florida. During that time, I represented some pretty awful human beings charged with some pretty heinous crimes. But what I learned there was the core value that has been enshrined in me since, that due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone, and our constitutional republic fails. But I battled on that hill for that due process. I would later serve in the Obama Justice Department as a terrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division, where we successfully contributed to the prosecutions of terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and others. I was honored to receive the 2017 Assistant Attorney General's Award from Loretta Lynch for my work in helping the Ugandans bring members of Al-Shabaab to justice for murdering 74 innocent people, including an American. I would also receive the Human Intelligence Award from the intelligence community for related work on that mission. My experiences at the National Security Division and would later be followed by my experiences on the National Security Council as Senior Director for Counterterrorism, and later as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, responsible for the production, creation, and promulgation of the Presidential Daily Briefing, our nation's most sensitive classified information and secrets to protect our country. My time in the White House was preceded by my time right here in Congress as a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, where I spearheaded the investigation that exposed serious FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, abuses by members of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That misconduct eroded the public trust in our FBI. The erosion of trust, as Chairman Grassley pointed out, is all too low today. 40% of Americans have trust in the FBI. In order to get it back, there's a twofold track, Senator. One, violent crime is exploding in this country, and we cannot afford them to allow it to run away. We must tackle violent crime. Just in 2023 alone, there was 100,000 rapes, 100,000 drug overdoses, and 17,000 homicides. The priority of the FBI, if I'm confirmed, will be to ensure that our communities are protected and safeguarded and our children have parks to play in and not needles to walk over. The way we do this, we let good cops be cops. We let law enforcement, and we provide them with the tools necessary and resources they need to get after violent crime. The second way we do this on equal track is aggressive constitutional oversight from Congress. The public trust can only be restored if there is full transparency, and I am committed to that full transparency. Members of Congress have unfortunately submitted hundreds of questions that have been unanswered by the FBI in recent times. That will not occur if I am confirmed. All appropriate requests for information will be responded to expeditiously and fully. I'm committed to working alongside the dedicated men and women of the FBI. They are warriors of justice, and I will always have their backs because they have the backs of the American people. I look forward to answering your questions, and I want to take a moment to thank my family, my friends, people who traveled here, and my entire team that has made this day possible. God bless America, and I look forward to your questions.
Kash Patel will continue on monitoring these confirmation hearings. This is The Dawn Show, 855-839-1210. Quick break. Be right back.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms. or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Following the latest developments, by the way, Tammy Bruce, you know from Fox, she's obviously the new State Department spokesperson. She's at, go ahead and follow her over there, if you will. Just a smart lady, and she used to be on our air many times with her commentaries. Glad to. Congratulations to Tammy Bruce. Make sure you follow her at the State Department. I want to get back to Kash Patel. Want your thoughts on his opening remarks. I thought he hit it out of the, Dan and I over the commercial break were agreeing that he nailed it, hit it out of the park, right?
Really good stuff there, and calling reference to his family, and I think that should be underlined, but it won't be by the media because they keep saying, "Oh, look how white the cabinet is." Well, we have a guy that has parents here from, he said Uganda, I think,
Which is East Africa, landlocked, and
it's amazing. And with an Indian background, it's great to see. So, Dawn, I have two options for you. Currently, we have Democrat Dick Durbin asking some questions, or I have Republican Chuck Grassley, who asked Kash Patel to address the rumors that he is a QAnon follower.
Oh, jeez. All right, let's start with the QAnon question, and then we'll move on to Dick.
Cool.
Mr. Chairman.
Outside of this committee, and some people on this committee have accused you of promoting the QAnon movement. My colleagues have already asked your future boss, Mr. Bondi, many questions about this. I think it's easy to see these attacks for what they are, guilt by association. Are you a follower or promoter of QAnon?
No, Senator. In fact, I have publicly, including in the interviews provided to this committee, rejected outright QAnon baseless conspiracy theories or any other baseless conspiracy theories. They must be addressed head on with the truth, and I will continue to do that. And I will always continue to support Americans who support law enforcement, our military, and want a secure border.
Over the past 4 years, the FBI and Justice Department have weaponized law enforcement towards partisan ends. This has affected you personally. You, along with even members of my staff, were the victims of FBI overreach when they secretly subpoenaed your records during the investigation into Crossfire Hurricane. Inspector General Horowitz of Justice Department was right to say actions like this have a quote, unquote, chilling effect on whistleblowers. How do you intend to make sure that this kind of misconduct never happens again?
Senator, this may be one of the scenarios that most uniquely qualifies me to take command at the FBI. Having been the victim of government overreach and a weaponized system of justice and law enforcement, I know what it feels like to have the full weight of the United States government barreling down on you. And as the Biden Inspector General determined, those activities by the FBI and DOJ were wholly improper and not predicated upon law and facts. I will ensure, if confirmed, that no American is subjected to that kind of torment, to that kind of cost, financially and personally. And most importantly, I will make sure that no American is subjected to death threats like I was, and subjected to moving their residences like I was, because of government overreach, because of leaks of information about my personal status. If confirmed as FBI director, Mr. Chairman, you have my commitment that no one in this country will feel that pain.
So that's Republican Senator from Iowa, Chuck Grassley, 91 years young, asking questions here. And then we'll switch over to the Dick Durbin, Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois. Always some fireworks guaranteed out of Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I woke up this morning to National Public Radio, and they had an item on there about what has happened to those who were given blanket clemency by President Trump. One of these individuals was a man named Matthew Huddle. Are you familiar with him?
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Matthew Huddle.
If you could remind me, Senator.
Well, I was reminded again this morning. He's a man who's been found guilty of numerous crimes. The one described this morning was an outrageous situation where he beat his 3-year-old child to a point where the poor kid couldn't even sit down for a week. Mr. Huddle was one of the demonstrators who came to the Capitol on January 6th. He was incarcerated and charged with, and pled guilty to crimes that he had committed, violence against police officers. After he was released by President Trump, he returned to his home state of Indiana. A few days later, he was stopped on the road, pulled a gun on a policeman. The policeman, sheriff's deputy, turned, shot, and killed him. This is not the only instance of a person who received President Trump's clemency committing another crime. Peter Schwartz was mentioned this morning on the radio. 38 criminal convictions, 38. He'd been sentenced to 14 years in prison. He was released because of the president's unconditional clemency, which was given to him as well. So I guess my question is this. Was President Donald Trump wrong to give blanket clemency to the January 6 defendants?
Thank you, Ranking Member. A couple of things on that. One, the power of the presidential pardon is just that, the president.
Alignment, I concede he has the authority. I'm asking, was he wrong to do it?
And as we discussed in our private meeting, Senator, I have always rejected any violence against law enforcement, and I have, including in that group, specifically addressed any violence against law enforcement on January 6th, and I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
What a weird question.
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases.
1,600.
I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities. I also believe America is not safer because President Biden's commutation of a man who murdered 2 FBI agents, Agent Kohler's and Williams' family, deserve better than to have the man that point blank range fired a shotgun into their heads and murdered them released from prison. So it goes both ways.
Leonard Pelletier was in prison for 45 years. He's 80 years old, and he was sentenced to home confinement. So he's not free, as you might have just suggested.
He killed 2 FBI agents.
That's
That's
true. He
unacceptable.
did.
Remember, some of you
He
called
went to
about
prison
that.
for it and should have.
Can we just stop it there? Because
Yeah.
we had a prepared response ready to go for that.
Yes. He's good to go. I will say that it's kind of the Indiana man that he's referring to, Matthew Huddle, is 42 years old, who was, and we talked about this with Greg Stocker earlier this week. This guy was involved in a traffic stop, and the police, he had a firearm and altercation with the officer who then shot him, and he died. But I believe, which is, that was tragic and weird, has nothing, does that have to do with it? This guy did not, to my knowledge. It was his uncle, to my knowledge, who was the one who was with the flagpole, I guess, who had been accused of assaulting law enforcement. But this Senator Durbin saying this guy had a domestic situation, making it sound like that happened yesterday. I guess that happened years ago or something. So I think for the average person listening, they're like, what? Somebody got out of... It's irrelevant is the point. It's irrelevant to Kash Patel. Patel's answer there was, hey, that's the presidential pardon. That has nothing to do with the FBI chief, right? There's nothing that any FBI director can do about a president's pardons. And so I thought that he answered that very well to say, I don't want anybody pardoned who committed any violence and harmed law enforcement. That was a good answer.
What
I mean,
a
that's
weird
what he
justification from Durbin, though.
It was just like he really had to do some backflips to weave into that.
He had it ready to go.
Yeah.
Here, do you want to pick up where we left off?
So it goes both ways.
Leonard Pelletier was in prison for 45 years. He's 80 years old, and he was sentenced to home confinement. So he's not free, as you might have just suggested.
He killed 2 FBI agents.
That's
That's
true, he
unacceptable.
did, and he went to prison for it and should have. My question to you, though, is do you think America is safer because President Trump issued these pardons to 1,600 of these criminal defendants, many of whom violently assaulted our police in the Capitol?
Senator, America will be safe when we don't have 200,000 drug overdoses in 2 years. America will be safe when we
you're
don't have
not gonna answer the
50 homicides in a day.
So you just won't answer the question.
I
I'm
am
going to say,
here.
I don't think we're safer. Matthew Huddle was sent back to Indiana. I don't think we're safer with Peter Schwartz. I could go through a long list of individuals, some of who were wanted in states, members of this committee. Let me move to another topic if I can. Tell me about your J6 choir. What is that?
Well, it's not my choir. It's simply a recording that was utilized to raise funds for families in need of nonviolent offenders.
Who sings on this recording?
I don't know, Senator.
What did you have to do with it?
Simply to raise funds to assist families of nonviolent offenders whose kids needed college education payments and whose rent needed being paid.
My understanding is that the performers on this J6 choir were the rioters who are in prison.
I'm not aware of that, sir. I didn't have anything to do with the recording.
You weren't aware
It's known
of who
justice for
made the
all.
recording?
No, Senator.
That's interesting. Did you receive any money for selling copies of that music or that recording?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You do have a foundation, though, do you not?
I'm very proud of the Cash Foundation and the $1.3
Unbelievable.
million we've given to families in need across this country, including active duty service members, police officers, putting kids in college, and helping people in disaster relief areas rebuild their homes and their communities.
1&0 LLC, are you familiar with that?
Sorry?
1&0 LLC?
I believe, Senator, you're referring to the LLC that one of the individuals.
Just for questioning strategy's sake, Don, he's really trying, because he went from this whole allegations that he put together the J6 album to tying it to his foundation.
Right.
Like, that's offensive, right?
Well, the thing about it is, so just to back up for a second, it's called Justice for All. It's a charity record. And yes, I guess some of the J6ers sang in that and they put it together. So it's like Pledge of Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner, and somebody then produced it, right? So they were
part of the
putting
Cash
this out there to make
Foundation in
money.
any way?
Only in that one of the members of the board has that LLC for his outside business.
Andrew Allis?
I believe that's his name, yes.
Yes. Do you know how much was paid to him from your charitable work?
Yes, like any other charity, we had to go out and fundraise, something I'm sure every member of this committee is familiar with. And we used digital marketing campaigns, and I believe we paid a digital marketing company through 1&0 $250,000 to raise $500,000, which we gave away to families in need, like when hurricanes struck Florida, Texas, and North Carolina.
We will be going through the details of your foundation and the expenditures with the questions for record that the chairman has mentioned.
I look forward to
a chance to answer those under oath. Mr. Patel, you frequently associated with and sometimes praised extremist figures with well-documented histories of racism, anti-Semitism, conspiracies, and the like. In September of 2023, you appeared with Laura
White man
Loomer,
questioning a man whose dad and
an
mom
event promoting
fled
your book.
from Uganda. Just saying.
Ooh, Laura Loomer mention coming up.
2023, you appeared with Laura Loomer at an event promoting your book, this one here.
Laura
You shared a
Loomer.
photo of yourself
The
and
way he says it.
Loomer in which you held her book and she held yours. Just a few months before this event, Ms. Loomer
got
posted
pictures.
on X that the September 11 terrorist attacks were, quote, an inside job. Around that time, she accused Florida's First Lady, Casey DeSantis, of exaggerating her cancer diagnosis to gain voter sympathy. A number of my Republican colleagues on this committee have criticized Ms. Loomer's extremism. One of my colleagues described her as a, quote, crazy conspiracy theorist who regularly utters disgusting garbage. Another called her really toxic. Given all of this, why did you associate with Ms. Loomer?
Senator, as you can see, I took a photograph with an individual who showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty by association, and I certainly don't believe that an individual who is the first minority to serve as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for this country is a racist in any way, and I
Boom.
detest any conjecture to the contrary.
Shame.
You familiar with Stu Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
It's getting silly. You know Joe Smith? Let's just start throwing,
Hey, you know Frank in South Philly?
Yo! Yeah, we should start taking calls on this. You know what I mean? Yeah, yo! You know Pete down the street? Give me a break.
Do you know Ann in Springfield?
Oh, my goodness.
She's on the line.
Hey, Ann. Rescue us. This is insane. You can't make this up, Ann.
I'm just laughing. I'm thinking, hey, guys, did anything stick? He threw enough. But I hate dirty pool, and it's just getting worse. The one that I called about was the Elizabeth Warren trick that she pulled on JFK about dredging up his dead wife and the divorce. I used to like Warren. when she first started out. She had a book that was it was called A Fighting Chance, and it was about her election to the Senate and how she worked that. And one of the things that was mentioned in her book, I can't find it, and I was trying to DuckDuckGo, which is the browser I had recommended to you guys, and then you ended up advertising all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to go into Google and see if I could find it, but I can't find the passage. You might want to fact check this. But she was a divorcee before she was a widow. So when she started to run for office for the Senate, they advised her that she would be better off to present herself as a widow rather than a divorcee, because by the time she ran for office, her ex-husband had passed away. So I wonder how she would like it if someone dredged up her dead husband's, history and her divorce. I had a few other things to say, but for now, I just can't believe Durbin. Oh my gosh. I'm not going to turn off the radio, but they just make such asses out of themselves. I'm
do.
Sorry. Okay, you can dump me now.
Oh, I know. We would never dump
Speaking
you.
of making a butt out of themselves, take a listen.
I'm sorry. What?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Oh, wait for it.
Not off the top of my head.
He made 8 separate appearances on his podcast.
Ooh, okay.
He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories.
Who else is an extremist, Don?
Neo-Nazis.
Take a listen.
They're more Ted Nugent. It goes on. List goes on.
Ted Nugent. Thank you. Little Ted Nugent.
Brother.
Wow.
See?
Seriously, you can't. If this is all they've got, Ted Nugent. You know what I mean? Like, I hope somebody finds Ted Nugent. I hope Ted Nugent goes on social media and says, "Hey,
May I say just one more thing?
Sure, Ann.
Politics and party doesn't matter to me. I had to do a newsletter and pledge myself to be an independent in order to get away with some of the stuff I wrote. So, when Trump, and it includes Trump, when he got his mandate, I thought, you know what? He's not always my favorite person. He went through a lot. And let me tell you, I'll be the first in line to kick some Trumpy butt if he sells us out after, giving us this big, So it's not like, not like I'm taking sides or I'm political here. But some of the stuff I've heard, it's very easy to become political and refer to Democrats and Republicans. And thank heaven so far, Trump's doing a good job. So I don't have to marshal the troops. So
thanks, Ann.
But anyway, thank you very much for a very enjoyable conversation.
Thanks, Ann.
I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate
Thanks.
you. We'll
Bye-bye.
talk later. Absolutely. I got to talk about What a Crock meals. They are delicious. They have, I tell you all the time, they rescue me all the time. They really do take the stress off of having to cook dinner every night and think about all the meal planning and also making sure we have healthy meals and healthy dinners at my family. What a Crock, they have tons of meals that do not require a slow cooker. So even though I have a slow cooker, I sometimes I'll forget in the morning, and I'll just running around. I was up at 4 this morning, and then there was so much breaking. I was like, I got to get in. And so I forgot to fire up the slow cooker. That's okay, because you can boil the meals in a bag, cook them in your Instant Pot or right there on your stovetop and do that quickly. No prep, no mess, no stress. That's what a crock means. Everything comes prepackaged, ready to cook. No subscription, no commitment required. What a Crock's meal, they make an excellent gift for anybody in your life who could, use a little help or a lot of help in the kitchen for an easy, healthy meal. People recovering from surgery or illness, maybe new parents, college students, or as a condolence for your loss. Be sure to try meals from their new winter seasonal menu, like the classic homemade chili. I can tell you whether it's the classic chili or the hearty 3-bean chili, all of their chilies are delish. Creamy Swedish meatballs, hearty beef burgundy, the cheesy broccoli cheddar ale soup is also delicious. Use promo code WPHT, get $10 off your order, whatacrock.com. Code WPHT, $10 off, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I could buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hot's Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hot's Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Thank you. We'll eventually talk about the FBI. That's the job you're up here for, right? Have you ever been subject to racism as an individual?
Does that happen in the Magic Kingdom? I love that you're making him out to be Mr.
Rogers. I swear he is.
Brilliant, Dan.
Reincarnated. Yeah. Yeah.
So we will continue with Mr. Rogers. It really is. It's
I didn't ask for this.
So we'll continue with Kash Patel. We're minutes away, we believe, from President Trump addressing the nation, talking about the tragedy and the latest with this crash in D.C. as the recovery efforts now continue, with little hope that anyone would be rescued alive after that. Thanks for being here. Dawn Stensland here. There's so much breaking. Stay right there. You're not going to miss a thing. In the name.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st, and at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So we are covering multiple breaking news stories this morning as, of course, Trump's cabinet picks. These opening statements, by the way, by Tulsi Gabbard, that's expected to begin. Kash Patel, you've been listening to, we've been carrying that. And then I know RFK Jr. is in that smaller Senate hearing, committee hearing as well. So all of them continuing. It's a big day for these confirmations. As well, we know that President Donald J. Trump is expected to address the nation and talk about the tragedy that has struck with the worst ever plane crash that we've seen in more than 15 years. So we'll take Trump immediately. Coming up at 11:30, we do have a Pennsylvania mom who thankfully is back home. She's with her kids. Well, she was on house arrest for a time, but then went to prison as a J6er, certainly nonviolent. And so we're thankful she's back home in Pennsylvania after being pardoned by Trump. But you'll hear her story, Rachel's story as well, hear her take on the fact that some of these Democrats like Dick Durbin trying to, use fundraising efforts that were private fundraising efforts by 501c3s, et cetera, to try to, nail Kash Patel or tie him to J6ers. I don't think it works. And so where do we want to go here? We don't have Trump yet. We're expecting President Trump any moment.
Yeah, you got Senator Cornyn asking Kash. I hate to say, but when Republicans are asking a lot of these nominees, it's kind of the same and redundant. So I'm looking over at RFK's hearings going on, just questioning back and forth. We did a lot of that yesterday.
Yeah.
Tulsi gave her opening statement. What is this? How long ago now? About 15 minutes ago, if you want to play back some of that.
So here's Tulsi Gabbard.
At a time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately, is at an all-time low. Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you." For too long, faulty, inadequate, or weaponized intelligence have led to costly failures and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. The most obvious example of one of these failures is our invasion of Iraq based upon a total fabrication or complete failure of intelligence. This disastrous decision led to the deaths of tens of thousands of American soldiers and millions of people in the Middle East, mass migration, destabilization, and undermining of the security and stability of our European allies, the rise of ISIS, strengthening of al-Qaeda and other Islamist jihadist groups, and strengthening Iran. Here are just a few other examples. The American people elected Donald Trump as their president not once but twice, and yet the FBI and intelligence agencies were politicized by his opponents to undermine his presidency and falsely portray him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used illegally to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, using a Clinton campaign-funded false dossier as their so-called evidence. Biden campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation specifically to help Biden win the election. Former DNI James Clapper lied to this committee in 2013, denying the existence of programs that facilitated the mass collection of millions of Americans' phone and internet records.
For visual sake, they just
Yet
cut
was
to some
never held
Democrats.
accountable.
Their faces look like, well,
Under
she came
John
into
Brennan's
play.
leadership, the CIA abused its power to spy on Congress, to dodge oversight, lied about doing it until he was caught, and yet has never been held responsible. Under Biden, the FBI abused its power for political reasons to try to surveil Catholics who attend traditional Latin Mass, labeling them as quote-unquote radical traditionalist Catholics. Personally, just 24 hours after I criticized Kamala Harris and her nomination, I was placed on a secret domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. Sadly, there are more examples.
So that's Tulsi Gabbard, and you can hear as she's going right for the jugular on that one. So as she now is in the hot seat taking questions, as Kash Patel, I think, is doing very well, pretty intense guy, and obviously handling those questions very well, even from both sides. Grassley, obviously a Republican who supports him, but kind of getting the QAnon question out of the way and letting him nail that and hit it out of the park, if you will. And then any moment we await word from the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, as he's obviously being briefed and will give us the latest on this tragedy that has struck with a plane crash. No survivors are believed to be in the waters of the Potomac River as those rescue crews, by the hundreds, more than 300 of those first responders coming to the rescue so respectfully as they search now for two more bodies. And I believe we're going to, we'll wait for it. I thought we were going to, thought he was going to go to it.
But
so.
I do have more for you.
Yes, sir.
Let's dip into RFK because Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who always makes headlines with some pretty fun stuff. He's speaking at the RFK hearings. Take a listen.
At your age. Now, we're a little bit different in age. I'm not going to say how old you are, but you look great for your age. I will say that 1 in 36, if that's not a pandemic, then what is? 1 in 36, and it used to be 1 in 10,000 have autism now? Can any of you guys with a straight face say that we shouldn't look at every aspect to what we're putting in our kids, be it from the food to the vaccines? 1 in 36. That scares the living daylights out of me. With 6 kids, I could have 36 grandkids. I'm just doing the math. I'm the youngest of 7. My family seems to be pretty active in that area. I'm not necessarily trying to be funny, but I'm being very serious, guys. We should support the fact that Bobby's questioning it. He's not saying he's against it. He's saying he's going to question it and let the studies follow where they will. And God bless you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh, nice little applause. Did he have a response?
Oh,
or is that?
More? We've got more. Yeah.
Senator King. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Kennedy. I enjoyed our conversation. Thank you for starting off today acknowledging the pain felt by people in this region from
Tim Kaine, by the way, speaking.
Horrible air tragedy last night.
Looking
Senator
crazy as
Marshall
ever.
and Senator Moran, a lot of folks from Kansas,
Glasses
a lot
on
of
the
folks
forehead,
from Virginia, D.C.,
unkempt hair.
Maryland, but also when that passenger list comes out and when the 3 soldiers' names are revealed, every office here is going to have some connection to them because you have your staffs who live here, and we kind of dread seeing that list of names. I drove to the airport at 6:30 this morning and went across the bridge over the Potomac and saw the operation, the recovery operation, kind of underway in daylight hours. And I thought about the last big aviation disaster in Richmond when on 9/11 a plane slammed into the Pentagon. And Virginia got hurt very bad that day, and so did the nation. Just a couple of months ago, you posted this on your X account.
Here he goes. I want to say I feel bad for making fun of the guy after he said all that. That was really heartwarming to be.
Now, is this Virginia's Tim Kaine?
Yeah. And
so, he had spoken out last night, talking about Reagan National as dangerous, and that he has talked about that because of just the proximity of everything.
But the thing is, okay.
He says he's warned of the dangers,
and it's really nice that he said something there.
Mm-hmm.
But he takes what he just said. I guess I cut it off a little early because I'm looking at it. I'm not listening to it, but he brings up a tweet now regarding 9/11. So is he using yesterday's disaster to turn this on to RFK? Take a listen.
9/11. It's hard to tell what is conspiracy theory and what isn't. I'd like to introduce that for the record, Mr. Chair.
So he's reading now a tweet from RFK.
We take that kind of stuff pretty personally. Virginians know what happened on 9/11. We don't need folks giving oxygen to conspiracy theories about 9/11. Now, one thing I noticed about this post is it was in July of 2024. It was 23 years after 9/11. You had a lot going on in your life. You were running for president then. What made you decide, in the midst of everything going on in this country, in this world, in July of 2024, in your own candidacy for president, that now was the time to say it's hard to tell what is conspiracy and what isn't about 9/11?
Wow. I mean, here's the thing. I would just say, I remember tweeting that out, and in what context was it? Was it because it sounds like he's responding to somebody who might be asking a question? I don't know. Social media is a Polaroid snapshot of that. I don't really.
Well, the thing
what I mean? Like, is it a relevant question,
It's not
Dan?
even a Polaroid snapshot. So he uses last night's disaster to try to ask RFK about 9/11 by bringing up a tweet.
That's a stretch.
Showing the entire tweet, but only reading the first sentence of the tweet. So for our listeners, let me read the entire tweet.
Oh, thank you.
He says, "My take on 9/11. It's hard to tell what is a conspiracy theory and what isn't." And that's where he stopped. And if you take it there, then it's kind of bad, But he says, but conspiracy theories flourish when the government routinely lies to the public. As president, I won't take sides on 9/11 or any other debates, but I can promise that I will open the files and usher in a new era of transparency. Like, it doesn't make it any better, but doesn't make it makes it. I'm sorry, it doesn't make it much worse. It does make it a little bit better, though. Like, he's again sullying the context to try to use a disaster last night to bring this guy down. It's.
So, that I'm looking back, it was, right after July 4th, that an NPR, of course, is the headline, RFK Jr.'s presidential campaign is driven by conspiracy. So they took that and ran with it. But in all honesty, it sounds to me from you reading the whole thing in context, Dan, is that he was talking about restoring people's faith in our institutions.
They do get into it a little bit if you want.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Senator, the dramatic drop in trust in our government, and this is particularly one of the templates of that is what happened at CDC.
Yeah, no, I want to move aside from that.
Oh, he's interrupting him.
Because you say, you go on to say, I won't take sides. As president, I won't take sides on 9/11. Wow. I won't take sides on 9/11. Let me ask you this. As a general matter, do you find it hard to tell what is a conspiracy theory and what isn't? Is that kind of a general deficit that you find in your own analytical abilities?
My father told me when I was 13 years old, he said, people in authority lie, and that the job of a citizen in every democracy is to maintain a fierce skepticism.
Okay, I get
of government authority.
And you're an authority, but you wouldn't take sides on 9/11.
You just interrupted for 1 second. Let's just pause it, because I do want to say, as I'm looking back to that July 5th coverage on this, Kennedy had said, but I can promise this, that I will open the files and usher in a new era of transparency. Kennedy also had said he was referring to a segment that aired on CBS's 60 Minutes that had aired discussing people's possible involvement from Saudi Arabia in those attacks. So there's a context here that, and I don't know, should Kennedy be more prepared to know that they were going to, I don't know, ask him about that. But I would say that they obviously are plucking things out of context. There was a context. And he was, in fact, talking about promising transparency as president. So I hope that he says that.
We got to take a break.
We have to take a break? Okay. Still no Trump. When Trump, any second now, President Trump is going to speak. So we'll take the break now so that we can catch Trump on the other side.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey Philly, this is Tom Bucks, General Manager of Tasty Baking Company. On behalf of Tasty Cake, I want to wish our team good luck in New Orleans. Be sure to have your favorite Tasty Cake treats like candy cakes and crimpets on hand as you cheer the birds onto victory. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes. Go Birds!
Looking for a great place for dinner, lunch? Need a great space for your next event? Gallows in Northeast Philly is it. Delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Need a place to watch Philly sports? Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's Burger and the shrimp mac and cheese. Tremendous! For quality, variety, and value, visit Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar. GallowsandBurgerBar.com. Order your game day party tray now and go Birds!
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in West Chester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government that led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
Chairman, we got 5 minutes. So I take your answer, and these are your quotes. Brave, please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges to be dropped against him. Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Yeah,
back those words.
Once again, Senator, Edward Snowden broke the law. He also released information
we agree that Edward Snowden
that exposed the United States government's illegal
your
programs.
legislation and your words are still your beliefs. Yes or no, please.
I'm making myself very clear. Edward Snowden broke the law. He released information about the United States government's illegal activities.
Ma'am,
if I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets, and I have 4 immediate steps that I would take to prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask you again. I don't think you're going to answer. I agree with Tom Cotton. He's a traitor. You, for years, until you got chosen by President Trump, have celebrated this guy as brave. You've called for him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I cannot
Democrat
imagine
from
a
Virginia,
director of national
Mark Warner, by the way, grilling her over that. He asked repeatedly the question over and over. You heard her say that she wanted to make a point. I'm sure a Republican will be next and let her answer, but this is Tulsi Gabbard, and she's not really walking back her comments, not losing her cool as she goes for being the national intelligence chief, Trump's pick. But I don't see her backing down on this, so I think she comes off as strong. Mr. President, you're a little bit late.
Just a little bit.
To be fair,
21 minutes late.
We always used to talk about who in the past, the predecessor, Joe Biden, when he was late. It's 11:21, Mr. President.
He's got to drink those Diet Cokes.
I don't know. Maybe they're learning some new information, so hopefully he explains that. But this is a bit unusual when they say that they'll be out there at 11, and it's now 11:21. We are expecting a live media briefing from the White House, live with President Donald J. Trump, and addressing the nation on that late-night midair crash tragedy striking between a smaller passenger plane, obviously, and an Army helicopter. Right there now, D.C., and Mr. President in his red tie blue suit approaching the podium. live from the White House. President Trump.
Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people, unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016. I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his
Yeah, it looks like we lost him. Let me see if I can get that back 1 sec.
He runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine. Follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. I mean, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower, but it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started.
This is President Donald J. Trump live from the White House.
Very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again.
You are listening live, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Dawn Stensland live here reporting as you hear the new Transportation Secretary following President Trump, and Sean Duffy really echoing some of the comments that he had made earlier. Quite a different tone as we are in a new day, and we'll get your thoughts, and I'll give you my thoughts on President Trump and his take on what happened, not holding back, certainly. So we'll continue to update you and monitor this news conference as the Dawn Show continues here. I do have to thank all of our sponsors. You know that I thank our sponsors, especially one in particular who for years I've been proud to be their ambassador, and that's Piazza Auto Group and the Piazza Premium Automobiles. Local family started more than 50 years ago right here in our area. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles really featuring the latest luxury vehicles. And these are from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with sleek new designs, innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And right now they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles that are available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Wawa. Get Wawa Rewards' biggest deal of the year before it's gone. Redeem bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, and $3 Monster Energy every day as many times as you want. Now through February 16th.
Clear and windy overnight with a low of 26. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 43. Friday, we're back up to 50 with some rain. Saturday, we'll see the sun again with a high of 41. Sunday, 42. We could see some rain or maybe even some wet snow.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with crash-proof retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Philly, relax and recover like champions. Save big on the Philly Special 7-person hot tub, only $69.99. Plus score $1,500 off saunas and 50% off chill tubs. Deals are going fast. Call Spring Dance Hot Tubs today.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
You've got the whole season planned. Shopping list, the dinner parties, who's picking up who at the airport when someone asks, "Why is the heat not coming on?" First you panic. You fill up a swear jar. Then you remember that Horizon Services commercial about their experts being there the same day for any problems and how they'll install a new HVAC system with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Oh, you stop panicking and realize your swear jar will cover the Horizon visit. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Jeff, I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
And so Vice President J.D. Vance, and you hear him as he is not just the vice president, but the chief finesser. I'm making a term up there because this is in my career in television news, but first and foremost, I've never heard a news conference like this, let alone from POTUS. So there's a lot to unwrap here, and you heard J.D. Vance, who was perfect. Dan, do you want to pick this back up again?
They're doing questioning right now.
Is there another piece? What did Trump say when? Because J.D. Vance just spoke, and then I know they're Q&A back and forth, but can we hear what he said after J.D.?
DEI and the claims that you've made. Are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring?
It's a legitimate question.
What evidence have you seen to support
these claims? It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior. And that's what we're going to have. Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering
Yes, we
the
will.
fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yeah.
And these are Russian champion figure skaters, and many figure skaters who are champions in America as well. We're hearing more about that. This is the beauty of being live and local, because Dom Giordano, we are seamless throughout the day, and Dom's in his studio. Dan obviously taking us seamlessly into the next few hours as this situation unfolds. What strikes me, and the headline is that President Trump, on a day where just last night before 9 p.m., these planes collided, or the crash happened midair, let's just say, between a commercial airliner. 64 souls on board are not believed to have there's no chance of survivors, is what they're saying. And then we have these 3 military U.S. service members aboard the Army Black Hawk there on the chopper. And so as President Trump was speaking about listening, that, hey, we were listening to the tapes of these pilots getting the instruction from the tower, and then asking the questions that, of course, any of us would ask. My hope and my prayer is that the families of these loved ones are thankful and wanted this immediate information. This is rare in our nation, that we would hear, particularly from the President of the United States and from the White House, so quickly, that these tapes were being heard. I guess we're going to go to Dom Giordano a few minutes early now. Dom, this is such a concerning situation here today, because, I know that this is the very first test of the new administration, but to me, I will tell you, I've not seen such transparency, and then we don't have the answers as well.
Well, I would say I've always said when this hits, it's fine to talk about it so it doesn't fade away, what the issues might be. I just think it's mixed here, and I think Vance was on it a little bit more. I don't know that I can blame the air traffic controller here. We should hear why.
Well, Trump did say, and that's just it, he said multiple times he was not blaming them. So he's... and that's just a piece of it, that I think J.D. Vance put it perfectly, where J.D. Vance is saying, basically the question is, because the stresses on the competent air traffic controllers are being put upon because of the hiring practices. You know what I'm saying? So that's the question, though. When you're in this long, free-falling news conference, then you can infer a lot. And I think that's what's going on here, and we're seeing the reaction, Dom.
Yep. We'll talk about it, Dawn.
Dom Giordano Show is next.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Unlock your savings potential in 2025 with a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account and earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
An American Airlines flight carrying more than 60 people crashes in midair with an Army helicopter in D.C. Rihanna made her first appearance in court at the trial of her partner A$AP Rocky. And it's the Year of the Snake. Festivities are happening all around Philadelphia this weekend to celebrate the Lunar New Year.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
For January only, Kia of CherryHill.com is offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available to choose from. Kia of CherryHill.com is offering ultra-low lease payments for the month of January. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand financed through KMF. On approved credit. Ends 1/31/25.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. And, sometimes radio crazy, the stuff you schedule. The Globetrotters, as we told you yesterday, they're on a really tight schedule. They'll be here about 12:15. We can do 2 shows in one. But I want to get your reaction, 855-839-1210, to what President Trump just said. He also said there would be, in an hour, specific information released. I would have rather have seen it released then. To back this up, here's how I see it. I've always said when you have a situation like this, if there is a point to be made and you're dead certain about it and it's accurate, it's fine to make that point despite how horrific this is, because fear of flying is a very public matter. And some of the stuff he said and Vance said are true about the lowering of standards and some of the stuff that goes into this and what the fears are that people have. But at least on the tape that I have so far, I don't see how we're pinning this on the air traffic controller or the air traffic controller being strained because of all these incompetent people that are in there. Now, in my heart of hearts, it's something you don't fool around with. I'm in agreement with it in a broad manner. But I'm just saying, I think you got to be accurate about that when you have people dead like this in this situation. So we'll see in an hour what new information is released. I don't know if that means tapes, et cetera. If you're just joining us, I think this gets at a little bit of the heart of what President Trump, where he went with this. Part 1, cut 19.
So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. You have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them. They can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program.
All right. Now, Trump, I was all set until we saw this news conference, was being attacked today by Morning Joe, and we'll play it later in the show, talking about, well, this is why we don't need inexperienced picks in the cabinet. He was attacked by this professor that's apparently a guru of all this stuff in Washington on Wednesday before this happened, blaming Trump for future crashes because of the pushback on federal employees. You know that angle, the angle being, oh, all these darling federal employees, all of them are geniuses or air traffic controllers. No, that's not the case. So I would have rather, if he wanted to, bring up some of these things and then just make clear where and what he's trying to do. But it just came too close to blaming this air traffic controller in this situation. And Trump knows something about flying helicopters, et cetera. But from the tape that we have, the question I had, and I hope Pete Hegseth gets to, is this. And it may be the military's calculated this. Is it worth it? Does this simulate combat situations to have helicopters in this manner? Or given, I heard in several places, this is the busiest landing strip where they were going to land in America at the Reagan Airport, the particular landing strip. Would they be better served to train in a more remote area? Yeah, I start thinking about drones and everything else. In other words, why does it have to be in here? Have they examined that? If they believe that it has to be because that simulates combat situations, well, then okay. But is it fair at this point to say this is about the air traffic control situation here? That's what did it in this situation. Plane itself, as far as I can tell, couldn't do too much in this. It seems to me the helicopter had a lot more maneuverability. It was a training mission. It was a pretty clear night. You had 2 veteran pilots and 1 in training. So is the air traffic controller's message to them reassuring, and that was an error? They wouldn't see the plane? I mean, these are real questions. It's going to take a lot of breakdown, and they're deceased, and so are the people aboard the plane. So it's fair to bring the air traffic controller in. It's fair to drill to the bottom of this. I just want to see how accurate it is, because when you do it when it's this fresh, something that we've just seen, you got to realize there's a lot of pain here, a lot of horror here. If it is accurate and the information released in an hour or so, there are other tapes indicating something amiss here, then yeah, that's transparency. But this is an amazing last 20 minutes that we've seen, without a doubt. And it is a situation where I think this administration, Duffy in charge, Hegseth, will get answers out there versus the usual lag of 2 or 3 years and all the nonsense that goes along with it. So we're pretty hopeful that that will be answered in about an hour during the show. We're watching Kash Patel exchange with Mazie Hirano. I haven't seen Tulsi's and RFK Jr. This has dwarfed everything else. But we'll cover it as the highlights start to come our way. We're going to talk with someone who is the chief consultant lawyer to RFK Jr. there with him in Washington once the hearing's over today. But we'll take your calls on this. President Trump, here's a little bit more of what he said, and this part is true, too. He talked about dwarfism. Cut 2.
Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration. This was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify.
All right, so that's where we stand. Coming up, we have the Globetrotters in studio, and I realize it's kind of a disjointed day with what's happened, but these are great guys. It'll be a lot of fun here. You can watch on YouTube. That's where to go.
It's a big dude, Dom.
Yeah, we're going to see how I saw him last night. We were at the Sixers game. Not him, the other guy. I think it's the other guy. Pace, the guy from, Pace.
Oh, well, regrettably, only Joey's going to be joining us. Hot Rod De La Rosa, the 7-footer. Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. If he can show us how to spin a ball, that's what we're waiting for. Yeah. All right, here we go. They're coming in studio. The Globetrotters next. Follow on YouTube, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. And we will continue to monitor the information coming from the Trump White House. Is it going to be more specific than what we heard? That's what's promised. And we'll listen to it all together on Talk Radio 1210.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan with one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano Program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Hey! What? All right, Tom Giordano show, and in studio, a legitimate 7-footer, not like Dan Borowski, my producer.
I never claimed I was 7 feet.
Does he look like he's 6'8"? Stand up
I'm
for a
6'8".
second.
There
you go. He's 6'7" and 9/10.
If he say he's 6'8", I must give him 6'8".
All right.
I have no athletic ability.
In studio with us is Joey Hot Rod De La Rosa. Joey, how long with the Globetrotters?
This is my 4th season. My 4th season with the Harlem Globetrotters. I just got done with training camp. Literally a month
You guys
ago.
have a training camp. Wait a minute.
Sir.
You always win. What do you need in a training camp?
Well, that's why they stay so good, right?
Yeah. Where do you think we get all these tricks from? All these fancy tricks. We got to practice them some point, right?
Now, did you always do these, or did you go to the Globetrotters? You wanted to be with them, and then you learned the tricks?
Yeah. Definitely before I was a Globetrotter, I didn't have no tricks. When I became a Globetrotters, that's when I definitely knew how to spin the ball on my finger faster. I learned all the tricks. I picked up my signature moves at the end of my magic circle.
Now, you see, this is a problem I was going to tell you. As a shooter, really a gunner when I played.
Okay.
I don't like to shoot with the ABA ball. You know, that type of. It looks funny in the air.
Back in the days,
I need just the one that my producer has in there.
Oh, come on. You're such a prick.
I don't know how you guys do that, but you're going to teach us, for listeners, youtube.com/1210 WPHT, how to spin a ball.
Okay, yeah. I could do that. For sure.
Do you also teach me how to do a sky hook? Because I heard that might be.
Wait.
Yes.
Is that your shot, the sky hook?
Most definitely. Sky hooks, hook shot. Shock put, anything.
You know what? I want you to come back every year because I am such a fan of the hook shot.
Okay.
The jump hook, though, is what I do.
Yeah, okay.
You know, because you can do the
demonstrate,
push
Dom,
off.
demonstrate.
Yeah, the push off with this, and you get it back here, and then the jump.
Don't push off. Just have that arm bar.
Right, well,
have that arm bar.
Arm bar. Okay, yeah. But you do the sky hook.
Yeah. The one leg up, and then just flick it up.
Oh man, even the leg up. Now,
are you doing that from like half court or?
At a Globetrotter game, we definitely got to do it from half court. When we playing in the game, I'm right in there, right in the cylinder, around the cylinder.
Gotcha.
What happened to the hook shot, though? I me's like when it's a great shot, and suddenly they said in basketball, no hook shots.
Yeah. I feel like the game of basketball has been it's getting away from back to the basket bigs, and now they're going to like big mans that can kind of shoot the three and that could dribble and do a little bit of everything. So most of the big guys you see nowadays, they don't want to play on the post. They want to shoot the three and they want to.
That's an Embiid shot. It's Joel Embiid. There we go. He wasn't there last night playing. So. What did you? 100 years next year of the Globetrotters.
Yep. We're at 99 years this year, and then next year will be the 100-year anniversary. Big things coming.
Now, we're going March 2nd. It'll be at the Wells Fargo Center. You do a noon and you do a 5. So that's a lot of games in one day.
Yeah.
Are you still playing the Generals? Who do you play now?
Yeah. We definitely are playing the Washington Generals. They trying to still beat us. You know, they haven't won since 1971, so.
Well, wait a minute now. Our research said there was another game and it made big headlines. You're saying back to 71. I thought it happened in the last 20 years or so.
Yeah. Sir, that's 20 years? Nah, 71.
71.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a Generals fan or a Harlem Globetrotters fan?
It sounds like he's a Generals fan.
No, I'm not. I'm a Globetrotters fan. But, I like I remember that upset. I once played against the guy, Red Klotz, I think it was.
Okay.
You know, he played before you did. 2-hand set shot and everything.
Okay.
He was the coach player, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
what makes a good opponent for you guys?
I think the Washington Generals are great opponents. Those guys are very skilled. Those guys come out and play every single night. They are really, you got good shooters on that team.
No, but I
good
meant
dunkers.
for the act, for the fans, the entertainment.
What was it? What makes it good?
Yeah.
I just think coming to a Harlem Globetrotter it's the best experience you can have. It's not only for kids, it's for adults too.
Oh, sure.
You're gonna see some amazing slam dunks. You're gonna see some amazing trick shots. You're gonna see me come sit right next to you, eat a little bit of your popcorn, and drink some of your soda.
Oh, you're the popcorn guy. Now,
Don't tell nobody that.
Now,
though.
when you did the training, did you go back and see? Well, you always liked them. Who was your Meadowlark Lemon?
That's who I remember seeing. Meadowlark, Sweet Lou Dunbar, Curly Neal when I was like
Neal,
7 years old.
Yeah,
on Scooby-Doo,
right? Yeah.
On Scooby-Doo, yeah.
Yeah, well, I saw Meadowlark Lemon doing this job. I got to be in front of something like that, and the guy could shoot 50, 60 feet, just flicking it almost.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
I never seen. I gotta go back on YouTube or the files. I gotta tell the Harlem Globetrotters to send me the files.
Any new Scooby-Doos coming out with the Harlem Globetrotters?
You said what?
Any new Scooby-Doos coming out with the Harlem Globetrotters?
I don't know, because I know I
You
went
make a
back.
good-
I went back to it, and they said it was an episode to be continued. So
Oh, okay.
that was when I was 7
okay.
years old. But I remember when I was 9 years old, my first Harlem Globetrotter experience was when I was 7 years old. They came into my school on 183rd Street in the Bronx in New York City, and they was doing all these fancy tricks that I go out there and do today. And I was like, wow, later that day, I had to tell somebody. I told my mom, my dad. I said, Mom, I'm going to be a basketball player. She's like, you too small, Joey, to be a basketball player.
How tall were you then? Oh, my God.
I don't know. I was probably like 4 feet. And then that day, they inspired me to play the game of basketball, which led me to go to Mount Red Academy, which is the #1 high school in the country for basketball.
Yeah, exactly.
That got the opportunity.
St. John's?
Yeah, to get recruited, to go to play in college at Florida International, then transfer to St. John's, and then go play overseas in China, Thailand, Malaysia, República Dominicana, Nicaragua. And then I get the phone call, would you want to try out for the Harlem Globetrotters? So a whole bunch of full circle moments for me.
Where's the place that would be the wildest you've played? I think the Globetrotters I've seen play on an aircraft carrier.
Oh, yeah. We do that sometimes. We do. That's the military tour.
Yeah.
So we go bouncing from different military bases. I haven't been able to do that, but I've been hearing like from my teammates who Shane Scooter Christensen, he's been on the team for 19 years and he done it, and he said that was like one of the most amazing experience. He did that because he was on the aircraft and they was playing basketball and he sees F-14s, F-18s flying over his head while he's taking a jump shot. I was like, that's crazy.
Who's your favorite player in the NBA?
My favorite player in the NBA? I don't think I really have a favorite player in the NBA. I just like to watch a few teams play. I like to watch the Lakers. You know, LeBron.
Remember, if you're in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Oh, you can't say he's a Sixers fan.
I mean,
the other night.
I was at the Sixers game last night, if that makes it any better. And
they
you
played
guys
pretty
got,
well.
Yeah, you guys got 2 back-to-back wins. So
Four
Four?
now. Yeah, it's shocking. We're
okay.
missing a big guy, and we're missing some
They're probably
others.
gonna use you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Get in there.
definitely.
Henry,
definitely.
why don't you come in? We got to set up here. So tell us, what are some of the fundamentals? Are you a guy to twist this way, or do you twist it, throw it that way?
I twist in like how you did.
Yeah. I saw a guy demonstrate it was a Globetrotter. That's insane to twist it that way.
Yeah, I twist that way, and if I throw it up in the air with both hands, I twist the opposite side.
Ooh.
But
Want to show us that?
Yeah,
Can we
most
get that on
definitely.
camera right
Most
over
definitely.
here? Yeah, Henry. Well, Dan, where should?
Yeah, he can
Joe?
come right in front of the sign over there.
Right.
And let's set him up over in the front of the sign. Let me get the camera.
Yeah, right over here, Joey. There we go. We got to move the camera around.
We're going to move the camera up there. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. You got to go see this. Let's get Dom and...
I hold the ball.
All right, Dan, you take over here. Yeah.
All right. Move that mic close to you, though, there, Dom.
Because I got big hands. So I hold the ball in between the seams like this, and then I just go like this. Throw it up in the air.
Henry, you first. Henry, you first.
Henry?
Oh, you can palm. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Look how short Henry looks right now. This is great.
Hey, I don't look short, though. His lips will really help it. All right,
you
now,
got this, Dom.
Just twist it up in the air, then stick your finger under it. Oh, this is going to be impossible.
Oh, come on. That's your role, Dom. Dom, you got to do better.
Yep.
Oh.
A lot of expensive equipment here. Wait a minute, Dan. How about this? It's unblockable.
Elbow him. Oh,
Try it again, Henry. Show us again.
So just to show you, I keep my hands on the seams.
Right.
I got big hands, and then I just give it that torch right here. So you want to see the flares. So when you got it up like that, you want to see the flares, and then it's
Now, can you do anything once you get it up there? Oh, you're switching hands. Yeah.
Man.
Then you can do a lot of things with that. You can put it back again right here. Have it on your thumb.
Oh, man. Very good.
Oh, now he's just showing off.
Let's give Henry a try. Henry was pretty close.
I don't know about that.
You were pretty close. Watch the monitors here.
Whatever feels comfortable. There you go.
Oh, pretty close. And it's a lot harder. You try.
I'll help you out. So put your finger like this. Yeah. Straight up like this. Just like perfect.
Is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get it?
Ready? Give me some space. Big guys. All right.
YouTube.com.
All right, this is amazing.
Here we go.
Straight like this.
Keep holding it there, Henry. All right. Gonna get the hand off.
All right.
Good job.
All right, Joey, back here. Good job, Henry.
We should also remind people, Henry is like 6'2" himself, so seeing him next to him on YouTube is pretty fascinating to see the size difference.
Yeah, exactly. So, Joey, you're going to Children's Hospital now.
Yep.
We want to respect your time. And you and I were talking how great this hospital is. Your colleague will join you there.
Yep.
You do a lot of stuff with kids, I assume.
Yeah. I love going to the elementary schools and going to the hospital. You know, we're the Harlem Globetrotters, and I take big pride of being a Goodwill ambassador of Goodwill, because you guys know what we do on the basketball court, the slam dunks, the trick passes, trick shots. But for me, it's more about what we do off the court, how we go into different communities, and how we go to the children's hospital and we go to the elementary school and talk to these kids and give them a memory of a lifetime. Some of these kids that are in the children's hospital, they always see me on YouTube, they see me on TV, and they see me on Instagram or social media, and they say, hey, I want to really go to a Harlem Globetrotter game. But you know what? They can't. They just physically can't. So I ask and I say, hey, you know what? We'll go to the hospital. We'll go to the elementary school. Let's give these kids a memory of a lifetime for the next generation. It's something that they're going to remember forever. And like I said, I know what it feels like. I've been that 9-year-old boy before. I've seen the Harlem Globetrotters come to my school. I know what this do. This is like being a superhero. So for me to go in there, spending that time with them, spinning the ball on their fingers, talking to them, I know I'm brightening up their day.
Absolutely, you are. March 2nd now. It's a
March
Sunday.
2nd. Yep, March 2nd. We have two
You play
games,
at noon
12 at
and
5. Yep.
At
yep.
Wells Fargo Center. Where do you go for tickets?
You go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com. You're going to see where we're going to be playing at. And if you can't make it to the Wells Fargo Center, it's all right. You could always go on the website, HarlemGlobetrotters.com. See what city we're going to be at. We travel to 300 cities a year. And then you can see, hey, I couldn't go to the Wells Fargo Center, but I can go to Allentown. I can go to Atlantic City and see the Harlem Globetrotter. And most importantly, do not forget to get a Hot Rod jersey because they'll make you 7 foot tall. Hey.
Pretty lofty claim you got there, Hot Rod.
Well, we'll be there on March 2nd. And if you have any time, I'll show you the jump hook. I think I could get that off on you still.
Yeah.
How far can you throw a football?
I never tried. I never really tried.
How far do you think I could throw a football?
I don't. 40 yards?
Yes!
Oh my
God.
Yes!
That was not planned.
Yeah. 40 yards?
Not planned.
Jeez.
That's
an arm.
There's a long-running meme on this show that Dom swears he can throw a football 40 yards.
Call in from any places you want.
Right.
Damn, was that a setup?
No setup there at all.
Hey, Joey, pleasure. You are a great ambassador. Thank you. And thanks for the trick. We need a little more practice.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, Joey. Headed off the Children's Hospital. We'll have more coming up here on Joey Hot Rod De La Rosa on Talk Radio 1210.
Weather sponsored by First Bank.
Clear and windy overnight with a low of 26. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 43. Friday, we're back up to 50 with some rain. Saturday, we'll see the sun again with a high of 41. Sunday, 42. We could see some rain or maybe even some wet snow.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that.
Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom time. What a guy. That was, we were kidding, Henry and I. We're going to be spinning a ball at Mulligan's. Now, I don't know. I was talking to him. Of course, the guy's looking at me like, where is this Mulligan's? Chambersburg. It's got to be 15 minutes away. But I'd love to see by then. It's difficult. I think you got to get it on your hands and then spin it onto your other figure. Spin it a little bit on your hand after you spin it in the air. Henry came pretty close on one exchange, but it's
pretty close.
It's not easy. We need a lot more practice. All right, we are monitoring 3 big hearings and President Trump's statement on the air traffic controller situation and the horrific accident yesterday. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. I'll give you the side question in a moment. Here is Tulsi Gabbard opening statement today about who's puppet and being a puppet and all those claims about she's a puppet of various people.
Before I close, I want to warn the American people who are watching at home. You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country. Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States, accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet.
All right, that's the line. That's the theme of the testimony today. We had Victoria Coates on yesterday, and she made the point that it looks like the vote of the Intelligence Committee would be in secret. Now, will Tom Cotton allow that or not? Remember, she has to get over the hurdle of the Intelligence Committee. I believe it's 9-8 Republicans. Well, all 8 Democrats will vote against her. Will a Republican or two? If they have to do it straight up, that we see the vote, probably not. If they can do it in secret so that no one knows how anybody voted, at least on paper, then that might be a different story. So what will Cotton do? I think in the end he's going to demand that the American public see this. Kash Patel, I've been following a little bit, and they centered in on things like January 6th and how he felt, attacks on police, etc. I think he was doing rather well that I saw. But the big story today, before we give you the side question, of course, is President Trump coming out of that news conference around 11:30 or so, talking about air traffic controllers and some of the breakdown in standards and what that means. And he said within an hour there'd be more information coming out. I'm waiting anxiously to see, are they releasing more tapes during this flight? Is there something else? Because this news conference was very difficult, to put it mildly.
A reporter did ask him to clarify whether he was blaming diversity and saying if it had something to do with the crash.
Right.
We haven't played the audio yet. Do you want
Okay,
that?
yeah, let's hear it.
Today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have.
All right, so it's a moving target here. He is bringing up diversity here, and as a broad principle, I agree with him. It erodes, and I think Vance put it pretty well in talking about this, of how it erodes. But there was a little bit too much of appearing to blame the air traffic controller in this. I don't hear that in what we have. That's why I'm waiting to see, is there more evidence that the air traffic controller was too stressed out, that there was something wrong here because this organization is going downhill a bit. And I asked the question that I hope Pete Hegseth, my first question in seeing prior to the president's news conference was, do you have to train for combat in a zone like that? Who knows? Or is it just the Ford is nearby and that's where they keep the helicopters and that's why they train? Because is it a combat situation coming in and landing in these areas, being in these areas? Or would it be better in an area where if there's trouble with a helicopter, we don't have other planes around? I'd like to hear Pete Hegseth get to the bottom of that. That might be the type of thing. They just have been doing it, and who knows if it's actually combat needed to be doing that. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, let me give you the side question. So this week, we talked to Colonel West about it too, that we had a situation where Alan West was talking with me about the Tuskegee Airmen and how President Trump's executive order and dictates on ridding us of DEI had this situation at the Air Force Academy where they pushed back and took out an inspirational tape for pilots of the Tuskegee Airmen. And there's a military term for it we talked about, malicious compliance. In other words, you're complying with the letter of the law, but not the spirit. You're going overboard to say, yeah, I don't, passive aggressive, in other words. So I thought it's time to roll out oxymorons, and we want to get some new ones. When an oxymoron comes up, you know what it's about. Someone trying to have it both ways, someone conniving, or just something funny that happens, like jumbo shrimp. One that's conniving is plastic silverware. You can't have plastic silverware. It's plastic. But they want to call it that. It's like high-end.
Well, you ever see the kind that they make look kind of like silverware?
Yeah, I know. I know.
We had that in the studio the other day.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
But it's not
Some
silverware.
fancy.
It's not. But it's not silverware.
But it's colored
plastic.
silver.
Spray painted that
It's
way.
spray painted
It's
silver.
Spray painted
right,
silver.
but
You'll
it's
call
not
it
silver.
chromeware?
Yeah, well, it's still plasticware. Okay. So hit us with that, 855-839-1210. I want to get to your call. And, Dan, I thought of one from you since you don't like Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Oh, sweet sorrow.
How could it be sweet sorrow?
Mm-hmm.
What was the bard thinking of there? Just something you
Well, I think
just
there's
can't
some sweets.
penetrate.
Like when something comes to an end,
Yeah.
there's the sweet sorrow of it. It's nice that, onto newer pastures, but there's
Yeah.
a sorrowness
I
of...
think that's an oxymoron. I really do.
It is.
Yeah. All right. Get in on the President Trump statements, though. You can do that at 855-839-1210. At the end of your call, hit us with your all-time oxymoron. Malicious compliance is just a brilliant one. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so the first one I'll take off here would be civil war. If
Yes.
you were really that civil, you
Right.
wouldn't need a war to duke
Exactly.
it out. And then the other one I'll take off is a movie title. It's pretty obvious if you think about it. Back to the Future. We're not going back.
Okay.
Going forwards to the future.
One of my favorite films.
Yeah.
Dan, how about yours?
How about one that's specific to Philadelphia, Dom? Safe drivers.
Yeah. Okay.
Works, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm a safe
you can't be a driver and
Yeah.
safe if you're in the city of
In
Philadelphia.
the city of Philadelphia. Got it? Okay.
That's all I got for now.
All right. All right.
Took me a while to come up with that
We'll
one.
sleep on this one.
855-839-1210. That's how you get in. So my bottom line, whenever you see an accident like this, a major tragedy, the number of people dead, first of all, ridiculous on Twitter, the conspiracies. Who was on the plane? Who were they trying to take out? Was this auto-controlled? Stop it already. You're sick if you're going down that path when something like this happens. But there are angles to this stuff that are broader. So one whole side immediately went after Trump because of something President Trump talked about, this directive he put out about air traffic controllers recently. And they're trying to say that by telling the federal workers they have to come in to be employed, buyouts and all the rest of it, we're going to have more air traffic problems due to the fact we're taking out people that are skilled by the way Trump is acting. Trump's counter today was ready to give us the FAA and the diversity standards. So we should have to know, is there evidence of that? 855-839-1210, you get on board. All right, I see a question coming up I'll take, but this really gets into the whole DEI diversity thing. All right, and Trump did that today. And again, I think you can talk about things like this while it's fresh so that you make a public point. But is this a bridge too far with immediately trying to link it up to DEI and the FAA? All right? More evidence. We're waiting. Is supposed to come out by now. We'll see before the end of the show if we have anything else. Hey, are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements. Use the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use that code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements with the code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, Tom Giordano's show. 855-839-1210. So we have 3 hearings going on. We'll have one of the RFK Jr. people at 2. We'll have Griff Jenkins, the really border guy, all these years for Fox, to give us an update. But the bombshell will be if we see more evidence of what President Trump was talking about, specific to this horrific, people on Twitter don't want to be called an accident. Okay. Can't use accident now. Let's go to Mark in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mark, welcome in.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, so my oxymoron is happy wife, happy life.
I think that's an oxymoron. I think you can both have a happy wife and a happy life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know that that's an oxymoron.
Are you Hassan bin Sober from Twitter?
Yeah, right. I was wondering where you're going with that. Okay.
Hey, I got a question. Do they know the nationality of the helicopter pilot?
Well, there were 3 of them. You mean the one that was in training?
The pilot. It's whoever was flying it.
Well, I think it was a shared thing. So why are you asking that?
I'm just saying with, everything the way, like the Muslim community, how we had a couple instances in the past, just try to question that out. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure I'm sure we're going to get more information on everybody there. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you, Mark. I don't see any indication, though, to be able to know that you're going to crash a helicopter into a flight around here is a little ridiculous. But let's go to Paul in the Northeast here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul, welcome in.
Hello, Dom. I'm a retired Air Force flight engineer. I spent 20 years on flying C-141s out in McGuire.
Okay.
And I think President Trump jumped the shark here. It's way too early to make the call. First of all, you got to do autopsies on the crews. You got to check maintenance records. You got to check aircrew training records. You got to check flight data recorders, voice data recorders. All this takes time. It takes weeks just to get a preliminary report out. You can't do this in 24 hours.
Okay, and he jumped the shark in what? That he's suggesting the air traffic controller due to what the Biden administration did?
You don't know. First of all, it's possible it could be an aircrew error. And that's usually the most likely cause. But weather's also a factor. I know people.
Now, Paul, let me ask you though. Now you flew the cargo planes, but I think Hegseth, what I'd like to see, look at it. Should you be training in an area like that? Is that what warfare is like, given what is clearly a high risk? That's the most landed runway apparently in the country.
Okay, one of the things to consider, and the airplane I flew with full fuel tanks had a 3,000-mile range. Now, this helicopter may only have a 100-mile range. I don't know how much fuel he has.
Well, what I'm saying is maybe you have to place the helicopters in a different site other than the fort that is nearby there to train. It's too crowded, it strikes me as.
I agree with you. It's, I think that's if you use helicopters in that area, it should be just Coast Guard and flights for national security purposes.
Yeah.
Training, you'd have to look at I don't know what the requirements were that night. They were doing an evaluation. Maybe they had to fly through a corridor. Maybe he had to do a certain type of approach. I have no idea.
Well, what I'm saying is, Paul, if that's a requirement in the military, flying through a corridor, I get it. Well, what I'm saying is you got risk reward here. This is very, very tight. With anything that goes wrong, it's not just the 3 people on the plane. You're going to kill civilians. I would question and say the military ought to look at that again.
I'm sure they will. Unfortunately, all our regulations were pretty much written in blood. Somebody makes a mistake, so it's okay.
Yeah.
We need to look at that, and we make the evaluation. Sometimes you just can't foresee every incident. And I realize any flight around Reagan or any flight around any major, Newark, JFK, they're all going, you always have to take that in risk. There were times when I was doing opening day shows or flyovers for like the Phillies opening day.
Right.
And we had to be conflict with the international airport.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. Thank you, Paul. Again, something that Pete Hegseth, I think, will look at there. Do you continue to do it in that zone? Is that connected to being war ready? Or can that be simulated someplace where if something goes wrong, you're not causing this type of damage? All right, we're still waiting on the information. I'm not sure what President Trump was talking about to be released as far as more information about the tapes that he kept on talking about. We'll see. I think I am all in the camp of talking about while something is fresh in mind. I just think, to Paul's point, this went a little bit too far. It suggested air traffic control, FAA. We don't know that. In a day or two or after more information, to make the point to say, while we're on this subject, the FAA, we're going to really reform this because this is something that is life and death. And we've talked about many times, DEI, progressives, and all this stuff. Sometimes it's just silly. You can't say aloha. Many times, though, it'll get you killed. So I take his point, but I don't know that it's connected to this. And if you're going to be dancing around that, given this death, I'd advise don't do it. Don't do it this way. You really can't. I know you're wound up. These others are attacking you, saying you caused that. A guy wrote that last night. You're going to see more of these accidents because of what Trump did in this memo. All the memo said was, you want to buy out federal workers? You're going to have to come to work. We want the best and the brightest. Right away. That means you won't be able to drink the milk. You won't be able to fly because all these federal workers, we do have the term non-essential federal workers, and a lot of them are. That's not every federal worker, but it just means stop it already with your unions and everything else. I just think Trump got into areas here too sensitive for today. To you, Griff Jenkins, just an all-time great guest, and the Fox News channel, just jack of all trades, but principally the border. What is he seeing as far as immigration? He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Drive off in your dream car with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer low rates and flexible terms to ensure you're getting the vehicle you truly want. Lock in with low monthly payments and terms up to 84 months. Or if your lease is nearing its end, consider a lease buyout to stick with your reliable vehicle. To learn more, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. One update from Kash Patel really made my day. Kash Patel, the FBI hearing, saying, yeah, one of the first things I'm going to do is I will absolutely uncover who at the FBI dispatched agents against parents at school board meetings. And by extension, I think also who dispatched agents in Richmond to go after people who were conservative Catholics who wanted to go to a Latin Mass. All right, Griff Jenkins, how many times have we seen him? What a pinch hitter for Fox all over the place, but certainly the border. And there has been such a tremendous amount of action around immigration, illegal immigration, just in the first 10, 11, 12 days of the Trump administration. Let's go to Fox News' own Griff Jenkins. Griff, it's been way too long. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Dom, it's great to join you. And we were up late last night, not because of the border, but obviously because of this tragic crash in Washington. I'm moving now towards the airport because we've been along the banks of the Potomac. It's been hard to get there. It started late last night over at a casualty collection point, and we're trying to get an angle and, of course, report while staying out of the first responders' way. But it looks like we're going to get a press conference today, this afternoon, and learn a little more about exactly how this crash happened. But it was interesting, Dom, because last night I was actually preparing my story today to front all day long talking about the decision by the president and Secretary of Defense now, Pete Hegseth, to open up 30,000 beds at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And I took to social media and retweeted Secretary Hegseth's decision and announcement about that, saying that, to me, in my words, it seems like a solutions-based move because, Dom, we have talked over the past 4 years of the most unprecedented border crisis as we watched it unfold under the Biden-Harris administration. We have seen the challenges, which is that when you hear those in the media comparing, well, the Obama deportations and then the Biden and now Trump deportations, one thing's changed. When you go back to the Obama and even Clinton years, the majority of our migrant flow to our country came from the Northern Triangle, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, and Mexico. And it was largely driven by single males trying to get a job. Now you have the whole world coming. And Gitmo makes sense because we have so many what the administration calls recalcitrant countries these are countries that don't accept their citizens back, like China, Venezuela, Cuba, and India are the 4 top ones. But mixed in there is also Iran, Syria, Lebanon. And so now we've got a place to keep these dangerous criminals to get them out of our country if those countries won't take them back.
I'm so glad you segued in. Have you ever been to Gitmo, Griff?
I have been. It's been years ago, back obviously when we were housing Taliban fighters. Right. But, one of the things that people don't really realize, because we always heard about this small Taliban population, it is a massive base. It's a military base. It's got its own airport. Mm-hmm. It's a whole tip of an entire country, island country. And so it's possibly, the overall theme of this incoming administration under President Trump was always to be more efficient, a better use of the government and our resources. And there's certainly a lot of opportunity for them to deal with the migrant crisis there.
I broadcast from there. It was the first radio, and what's her name? She's on WABC now. It used to be. It'll come to me. There was a TV person there, too, and we were the first. And, Griff, we got to sit and watch at picnic tables and playing soccer. Not Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, but the other of the worst, looking at us like they'd kill us in any second. And I saw an interrogation go on. So we had pretty good access. And you're right. It is huge there. They could easily put in 30,000, I think.
Without a doubt. And what's even more is, we've talked some about the overall crisis in past, interviews and hits you and I have been doing. And it always boils down to what these border officials tell both of us, which is you have to understand all border crossings going back decades is driven by the push factor, meaning that their countries were no good, so they felt compelled to leave, and the pull factor. And the pull factor was always driven by whether or not these migrants thought they had a chance to get in illegally and get to stay. And it was never more of a pull factor, greater pull factor than under the Biden administration. But now you're seeing these migrants are seeing mass deportations. That deters them. The pull factor grows less, and you can bet when they start seeing migrants ending up at Gitmo, well knowing even if you're not from the U.S., you have a general sense, people understand what Gitmo is, that's really going to be a deterrent, I think, in the long run.
Yeah, and again, I've told listeners, now you may have more, you may have they may send you in the private Fox News channel jet, I'm not sure. I had to take Lucky Airlines to get in, and they actually told us, relatively small airplane, don't stand up during the flight. Oh goodness.
Yeah. You got to be careful. And listen, I've never been on the Fox jet, so I doubt I'm going on that one. But I will say that I already reached out to the administration and said, listen, once you put some bad guys in there, send reporters down there and let us document it. And I would be willing to guess at some point that does happen. Now, as you know, having been down there, if that place has really been on a skeleton crew because it hasn't gotten much use, it's going to take some time to set up the facilities. But, I've worked and covered places like Firefly. That's the code name for the migrant processing facility set up outside of Eagle Pass that could deal with 20, 30,000 people, which they were processing and releasing rather than holding. But, the government can get moving pretty quickly. So I would think that within, the coming weeks, not months, you could see something operational down there.
Yeah, well, I just wrote myself a note. I'm going to talk to my boss, and you're my first guest if you're there. We have to broadcast from there again. What it took, you guys are Fox News, local radio station that connects I had to have in different things to get there at that point. It was one of a kind, and the wiring for radio was from the 1950s. So there are some challenges. Griff, my producer Dan tells me that you've been tweeting a lot about the plane crash, and I wanted to go back to you. Kind of unprecedented what we saw with President Trump. But is there anything that here's my question, and I'd love to your expertise on this if this has been asked or thought about with Pete Hegseth, who's a disruptor now. The military, this training for combat, is this really the place to do it, given how crowded it is, the most crowded landing strip apparently used in the country? I get there are combat things with the military, but is this a place, if something goes wrong, to have this happen? It's just too crowded.
Well, and you put your finger on something very important, Tom, and that is the moment that I heard the calls or the transmission last night when you heard the air traffic control tower saying PAT 25, PAT 25. That stands for Priority Air Transport. I learned that sort of jargon way back when I came to Fox in 2000, almost 25 years ago. It's a military jargon that's used to move VIPs. And you're right, this is perhaps the most congested, busiest, and high-profile airspace on planet Earth because you're moving not only presidents, vice presidents, and secretaries, but also four-star generals who have to come and go from the Pentagon across the Potomac River to the White House to the Situation Room and the like. And so, it is an unfortunate reality, but it is an airspace that does have to coincide with each other. And you heard Secretary Hegseth, in the statement he put out today, he described this crew. There were 3 Army service members aboard that crew that we have now sadly lost. He described them as fairly experienced, and he said they're from the 12th Aviation Battalion, but that there were no VIPs on board. When I saw that PAT 25 call sign last night because, in full disclosure, I'm before he was secretary, a close friend of Pete Hegseth. I immediately reached out to his personal cell to confirm he was okay because I had seen him on Jesse Waters just about 30 minutes prior from the White House North Lawn, and I thought, oh my goodness. Fortunately, he was okay. Sadly, though, 3 service members lost their lives. And ultimately, I think in the coming weeks, you're going to hear a discussion that will, once we have all the details and understand what happened, and hopefully they recover the black box from the Black Hawk helicopter, and we can learn what the conversation was in the cockpit right before it happened. But, you know, at the end of the day, you're going to hear discussion about, well, so they know they have to fly these VIP missions amidst all the busy commercial air traffic. It's unavoidable, if you will. But yet, should we really think about not training? Because this apparently was very much just a training in real time
That's what I'm
exercise.
talking about. Yeah.
And so, do they start saying, "Listen, we just can't run these training missions because now we've had this happen"?
Yeah, and again, if it's combat related, that simulates the best, then okay, but doesn't seem to be. This could be one of those things they just did because the fort's there, the helicopters are there, and, you know, they need to train. Griff, on the ICE mission with Tom Homan, give me a sense of what we should expect next. As I understand it, we're nowhere near the people that are either criminals and or under order to be deported. Those people might be 1 million people. This could take years at this pace to remove those people from the country. What do you see happening next? What's the next phase here?
Well, you heard in Homan's own words, and he was asked the other day, are you satisfied with the results so far? And he said, no, there's a lot of work to do, but he said it's a good start. And it is. You're talking about if you follow ICE's Twitter feed, X feed, they're every hour almost now putting out the daily haul, which is around 1,000 arrests, and of course who they are, the murderers, the rapists, child molesters, and gang members, in some cases matches to the FBI's terror watch list. We've already had at least one of those from Afghanistan. And, you know, that transparency, I hope, continues. But at the end of the day, you know, they know on ICE's non-detained docket, there's roughly 700,000 criminals. And those crimes can go back decades, and many could involve repeat illegal crossings, which is not as much of a threat to society as a murderer, obviously, or a rapist. And we know among the 700,000, there's tens of thousands that are hardened criminals. And so, you know, I think this is going to take certainly a long time to do. And at some point, you've got to hope that we get a breakdown of really what the real population is of what's the imminent threat. Are they going to get them all? Dom, I doubt it. How could you? I mean, you're talking about 7,000 a week. You know, it's a lot. But are they going to take enough to just simply make it a hell of a lot safer in this nation so that Laken Rileys and Jocelyn Nungareys don't die? That's, I think, their goal, and I think that's reachable.
Absolutely. Griff, when do we see you again on Fox?
In about in about an hour and 15 minutes, I should be, I got to take off right now as we're headed towards the airport to get in place for a press conference and start doing some live shots again from the airport.
All right. I'd like to invite you to Gitmo. I'm going to tell you, we're going to be there.
Thank you. Let's go. I accept. At your service, sir.
Thank you, Griff. Thank you as always. Really enjoy it.
Take care. Thanks. Great to be with you.
All right, Griff Jenkins. Dan, would you like to go LS Henry next to Gitmo again?
Yeah, let's go.
Back to the Future 2.
Yeah, let's do it.
I would tell you this. You're not getting off Gitmo. There, you know, Alcatraz is sharks. I don't know if there's sharks in the waters off Gitmo. There's no place to go. This is just, it's like an island paradise in a sense, but it's like, The only way off is Lucky Airlines. Not so lucky. Henry, you want to go to Gitmo?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Just don't ask me to waterboard.
Or spin a basketball on his finger.
Oh, he
All
did a
right,
great
well.
job, and he can palm a basketball. I'm impressed with that, Dan. I really am. Yeah, he was pretty close to having it spinning. I thought it was.
I knew I'd have a
easy.
tough time with that, too.
I thought it was easier than it was. It was brutal. It was
They always
really
make it
tough.
look so easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, your launch was way off, though.
Well, I know. That was part of the problem. I was too busy thinking.
Failure to launch.
Could I shoot over top of this guy and not break all? Notice he said 40 yards.
Insane. That was
Nobody
the number
said
that came
anything.
in.
A dead hand to heart, that was
See?
not planned.
Here's a professional athlete, and he sees 40 yards. He didn't make it up. We save that tape. That's a drop
being
right
kind.
there. Yeah. Well, about 40 yards exactly on the money. All right. You get on at 855-839-1210. Got the side question, everything else. We're waiting for more information from President Trump, but Kash Patel answering, yeah. It's one of the first things I'll do. I'm going to go after who is it that gave these orders inside the FBI to go after people, to be surveilling and going after people at parent-teachers meetings. I think a subset of that is the Richmond office going after devout Catholics who wanted to go to a Latin mass. They're conservative. Yep, let's get their license number. Let's run it on them. They sound like the militia. Always for the Catholics. 855-839-1210.
You know, Dom, I heard from Henry.
Yes.
Hot Rod?
Yes.
Big fan of the honey bun.
Oh, yeah.
Showed him the wall of tasty cakes. So it was like, pick whatever you want. And he's like,
Oh, I
honey
didn't
bun,
know that
that's
was
mine.
pick whatever you want. Where is that?
What? You don't know what?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Over at WIP?
right over at WIP, they have a wall of
Tasty
Tasty
Cake
Cakes.
Studios?
Yeah, the Tasty Cake
It's
Studios.
in their studios?
Why don't we
It's
have
right
free
outside.
cars from Piazza Automobiles to
Yeah.
take? Like
Well,
we do have,
yes, I'm
Tasty
trying to
Cake.
think of some. Well, I can get Dr. Benson, put you in the chair, and give you a whitening. Sit down, Henry.
I'll need
There
it
you
after
go.
all the
Yes,
Tasty
yeah,
Cakes I
yeah.
eat from this wall. But yeah, very excited to
you
see
know
the
what?
honey
Show me
buns.
the wall during your break. I'll take something
All right, I'll
home.
stroll over.
to you
Yeah, I
for,
always take something home every
I am
Friday.
shocked.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You don't know about this?
No, I didn't. That should be a perk for the host.
I
There ought
always
to be
have a
host room.
peanut butter candy cake after work.
I'm not eating any, though. I'm going to, not during the show, anyhow. All right. Jump in. What did you think of President Trump, the news conference? By the way, speaking of eating, Steak and Shake is going to be here. The guys at Philadelphia Guy, they're going to be with us because I wanted to know they're switching back to beef tallow. Remember that with RFK Jr.? And coming up, big article at the Free Press today, and we're trying to get the woman on. They tell us about the woman who brokered the deal between Trump and RFK Jr. to come on. And are these the women that could really, really stretch out the Trump coalition through RFK Jr., meaning suburban moms and others that do want to make their kids healthy and they want help? All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
The exclusive crash-proof retirement system is tried and true, outperforming the market through the worst of economic times, as it did for crash-proof consumer Larry Kipp. In 2007, Mr. Kipp's crash-proof system earned 15.8% interest, outperforming the S&P. When the crash of 2008 struck and the market dropped over 37%, his crash-proof system lost nothing. Mr. Kipp did not have to recover from the crash. His system credited 10.8% interest permanently to his account, as others tried to recoup what they already had.
People talking about all the money that they lost, and I could sit there and say, well, I didn't lose any. I knew that I couldn't lose principal, and so when the crash came, I knew my money was safe. I would say that there is a crash-proof retirement. I have proof of it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey Philly, this is Tom Bucks, General Manager of Tasty Baking Company. On behalf of Tasty Cake, I want to wish our team good luck in New Orleans. Be sure to have your favorite Tasty Cake treats like candy cakes and crimpets on hand as you cheer the Birds on to victory. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes. Go Birds!
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. And Henry did come through, Ro. I'm headed home with a glazed apple pie. Thank you for the wall of taste. Why didn't we know about this? I don't know if the other hosts know about this. Oh, the producers. It's a producer's conspiracy here. Yeah.
Everyone was keeping it from Dom.
You know, out of all the choices, why the glazed apple pie? That's I don't know if that's a normal choice.
That's Rose. I'm not eating.
It?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to make fun of it.
Rose
amazing.
The candy cakes were not in there. I don't like the peanut butter one. The other one.
The caramel candy cakes?
No. Yeah.
The chocolate with the cream.
The chocolate with the cream. Yeah, yeah. It's like the Girl Scout cookies. Okay, 855-839-1210. So Fox is choosing to go to the Kash Patel hearing rather than Gabbard. I'm not sure if that's gone on. And RFK Jr., we want to update you on all three. But the president today stealing the show, and, of course, this horrific tragedy. You heard Griff Jenkins, and that's the first thing that occurred to me. Is it really that you should be doing training missions in a zone like that? Is that combat related? If it is, okay. But Trump, under fire from the left, as causing this morning, then goes after the FAA. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Earl, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Turn up the Bluetooth. Yes, I have no problem with reporting on this, but from history, it tells us, avoid speculation. I mean, I remember hearing stories during 9/11 that they flew a plane into the Golden Gate Bridge. They hit the St. Louis Arch. They hit the Sears Tower. You're not going to get any accurate information right from the start. I saw something on Twitter saying that the air traffic controller told the helicopter to turn left, and he turned right. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But, I'm not going to be making any speculations until they actually at least get the black boxes and, get the audio and find out what's going on.
Yeah, that's all fair. All I can tell you is that the other side was firing away on this. And look, Trump was looking for something that's life and death, and this is, and the DEI components. But I think he suggested too much. The air traffic controller might be at fault here. I don't hear that in the tape that we have.
Well, that's the mistake that Trump keeps making. I mean, that was the whole thing with, there are good people on both sides. you have to listen to Trump the whole time because he doesn't speak word salad, but he does a buffet. He speaks in little fragments.
Yeah.
And you have to get the whole thing all put together in order to understand what it is that he's saying. He doesn't ramble. He's not making stuff on. It's just that he mentions 5 or 6 different points, and when you put all those points together, that's what he's trying to say. And people pick and choose the stuff that he says and say, oh, well, Trump says that it was DEI. It's like, no, he said, there are several components, this, and this, and we won't know until the end of the day or the end of the week. And people that don't like him are going to pick on it anyway. People that, defend him are going to defend him anyway. So, like I said,
you're all right. Cut in, but watching this on Fox, Boston skate coaches were on the flight, so they're interviewing Nancy Kerrigan.
I have that if you want it. Yeah.
I was on WWDB then, and I remember Tanya Harding and this. I don't remember anything in sports, maybe even in life, that was this crazy than piping a figure skater. Just stunning.
Yeah.
But give me your Earl. I'll come to it in a minute. There. Give me your side question, Earl.
My side question, it's an oldie but a goodie. Hot water heater. You don't need to heat hot water. You need a cold water heater because cold water is cold and you need to make it hot.
Gotcha. That's a very good one, Earl. My fault there. Let's go a little bit to Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah, much like everyone here has been saying, is not sure how to process it. Shit, I'm sorry. Which is why I'm here.
All right, that's a colleague or one of the coaches.
This is Nancy Kerrigan speaking, Dom.
That is Kerrigan, not Kerrigan next to her. Oh,
No, we're not listening to what you're saying there. It's
okay.
It's a previous.
Previous. Okay.
Doing interviews for this, so I called Elin. I'm like, "What are you doing? I think we just all need to go together." And she said, "Let me call my mom." And so we're like, "Okay, we'll meet you in an hour." And we just wanted to be here and be part of our community. I've never seen anyone love skating as much as these two, and that's why I think it hurts so much. And I mean, everything. Tenley's always here supporting the kids, and anytime I've been able to be here and watch them grow, the kids here really work hard. Their parents work hard to be here. But I feel for the athletes, the skaters, their families, but anyone that was on that plane, not just the skaters, because it's just such a tragic event. And we've been through tragedies before as Americans, as people, and we are strong. And I guess it's how we respond to it. And so my response was to be with people I care about and I love and I needed support. So, so that's why I'm here. And I don't know, a little bit at a time. I think it's a shock. I wasn't woken up in the morning and saw it. I was watching like all night. So I probably look tired, but, and then when you find out, you know some of the people on the plane is,
all right, that's Nancy Kerrigan. You heard Griff Jenkins check immediately for Pete Hegseth because of the constant flight back and forth. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, go right ahead.
It's a sad, sad day. It really is. It's crazy. And listening to Nancy Kerrigan, it's brutal. It's just brutal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listening to your first segment of the show, I'm thankful that I wasn't or hadn't eaten lunch, because the whole time you were speaking, my stomach was getting upset because I'm thinking, oh my God, Trump's going to pull an Obama and jump his, get out in front of the skis, and he did. My opinion is he did. Everybody, I don't know of anybody that's going to say different.
Yeah, he did. And again, there's a legitimate point here, and I don't mind people making a point while it's fresh in our mind. But the point is not, we don't know on this about
it's way
traffic.
Too early. And
yeah.
You're 1,000% right. I'm not going to be like the guy who called in and says I agree with you all the time, but you're 1,000%. Trump has very, very thin skin. he was reacting to when
Right.
he's getting pulled. He's reacting. No different what you said. He's reacting.
Yeah, they're going after him. Gary, what's your side?
First question, though. Glazed apple pie Ferrero. Is that a tasty cake one?
Yes, tasty cake. Yeah.
All right, it's in the notes. It's in the notes.
Thank you. What's your side?
My transgender, and you're getting better at it, by the way. My transgender is my side question is transgender woman or a transgender man.
Very nice. That is an oxymoron. All right, we're going to talk Steak and Shake next on Talk Radio 1210.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield Bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Before we go to the COO of Steak and Shake, Dan Edwards, here is a Steak and Shake gourmet report from Dan Borowski.
No, Dom, I got to tell you, I'm so excited to have Steak and Shake join us because growing up I grew up here in New Jersey, just over the bridge, Cherry Hill, but then I moved out to Indiana. And it was a tradition out in Indiana that after every high school basketball game or football game to descend upon Steak and Shake as if it were a diner here in Jersey. And just the memories of having a Friday night, late night Frisco melt and steak burgers, man. It was awesome when you requested to reach out to Steak and Shake because they're doing something great with beef tallow now, making a switch. Tom.
Was that beef tallow then, or was it seed oil?
I think it was probably seed oil then, which
Yeah.
might explain why my size was as big as it was. But yeah, some health reports about beef tallow I think has gotten them to consider the switch.
Let's go to Dan Edwards, who grew up here locally. Dan, welcome back home. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for having me on. I'm excited to talk to you.
Where did you live here, Dan? Where did you grow up?
Montgomery County. So 1996, moved up from Florida. I was there ever since. I still have family there. My daughter went to St. Joe's. Go Eagles, go Birds. Definitely a local guy.
All right, a lot of them will be coming now. Are there steak and shakes? Do you know how many in our area, in the 5-county area, Dan?
None.
A few?
Zero.
Zero?
None. No steak and shakes.
Why is that? What the heck's going on with
Get
that?
over here, Dan. Come on.
Yeah.
We're ready, guys. We're ready.
Well, we saw this, and again, we wanted to know from somebody who actually does what it has to please customers every day. Dan, were you there at any point where it was beef tallow and then they switched to seed oil? And if so, why?
No, so we don't have the exact date of when Steak and Shake would have been switched because, of course, we were founded in 1934. We've been around for a long time, and I don't know the exact date, but we've been using seed oils for quite some time, but we're excited for the switch. We're going to enter the golden age of fries together here, and it's going to be a fun ride.
Now, is some of this due? This is something where RFK made that point. It seemed to be companies like yours were under the gun from the government or somebody, so they went to the seed oil and the beef tallow. By any account that you would be amazed how many beef tallow calls we got, Dan, is at least more helpful and might be just as tasty or better.
Oh, it's by far better. So I'm excited for you to try these fries. We're going to get Dan back into our restaurants.
Oh, man, you don't want to do that with this guy. I'm telling you right now. Oh, my God. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fries, they taste better. They're crispier. They're tastier. They're golden. I feel like my skin is glowing from the benefits of these delicious fries. But seriously, when you try them, you're not going to want to go back. They're absolutely delicious. It's the authentic, original way. As you know, I was just in Belgium, and it's a really great product. And we're actually going to 100% all natural tallow with no additives, so no chemicals, none of that stuff. That's one of the reasons it took us so long. We couldn't find supply. You know, we're nearly 500 store restaurant chain, and to find the product that we wanted at the quality we wanted is something that took a while. So our owner visited Belgium as a boy, and he found this street vendor with the Belgian fries, and they were so good, he ate them every single day. And so he's talked about this for quite some time. As you know, I was recently in Belgium. I found the same street vendor. He's still in business.
Oh, my God, yeah.
He uses all natural beef tallow, so it's exciting stuff.
Why now with the owner, it's taste, but you mentioned no additives and all that. You'll be able to tell your customers that type of stuff because people want your product. I'm going to ask you about the shakes. I haven't had a milkshake in a while trying to diet, but any opportunity, if it's in front of me, I'm going for it. Dan, we're seeing this marriage now of people wanting to at least be more healthful in their diet, and if they can get a great product and take out some of this, and it amazes us. Is it something in the water now? I mean, what the heck has happened? We saw the story about you and just thought, we've been talking about it because of RFK Jr., that we're going to see more of this. Do you feel like restrictions have been moved away with the beef tallow? What took so long, I'm asking?
Well, for us, this is a quality message. Steak and Shake, again, founded in 1934. We invented the steak burger. So, we're a uniquely American brand. We were founded on Route 66 during the Great Depression by a mom-and-pop entrepreneur. Our boss, my boss, is a first-generation immigrant to America. He believes passionately about the American dream and quality. And so this is a quality message. We even to the point where we use homemade whipped topping on our milkshakes. We have the homemade ice cream milkshakes. And then even to the point where we make sure there's stems on the cherries because, it's cheaper to get cherries with no stems. So,
I love it, yeah.
So, look, we're an American brand. We're unapologetically an American brand. We want to make America happy. We want to give the very best to our customers, and that's what this is all about. So our timing may be very good, but as I mentioned, since 1934, we've been leading. We've been taking risks. I mean, who would come out with steak burgers in the middle of the Great Depression? I mean, it doesn't seem like a very smart move. But, we take risks. We lead. And we're heading to the future, and we're very, very excited about it.
Now, let me put this
Our best-
together. You got a 50,000-watt radio station. We got a guy who's a maniac fan of yours, and I'm a fan of French fry and the milkshake. And yet, you're a Philadelphia area guy for a while, long while. We don't have one here.
We're going to fix that. I need somebody that wants to be our franchise partner. We have traditional franchises.
Okay.
We also have 180 franchise partners, which they don't even have to invest $1 million or $2 million. They give $10,000, and based on merit, they become a franchise owner for Steak and Shake. And I want to tell you this because you may be interested. 23% at Steak and Shake, 23% of our owners are Black-owned enterprises. We have no DEI program to get there. It's complete meritocracy, and the only basis of their award of a franchise is based on their capability. So we're proud of that.
That is great for our listeners. So, Dan, if we have people listening, and I bet we do, other than Dan, whose wife is an accountant, will not let him do this.
My
because he
year's
knows
attorney
what
here,
would
man.
happen.
Like,
Yeah,
there's been, there's a big hole here.
Yeah, exactly.
for Steak and
Only
Shake.
10,000. Yeah, we can do that, Dan.
Yeah.
What do people do? Who do they reach? How do they reach you or someone else?
Just give them my personal phone number. No, I'm kidding. Let's send them to the website, steakandsshakefranchise.com, or the Steak and Shake website would be great.
All right, we just got to get one here in the Delaware Valley. We'll broadcast from there, of course. Just keep the milkshakes away from me. Well, Dan, it's great how this is playing out with where America is going, make America healthier again, and yet still being able to eat great food. So particularly the French fry. You're quite a salesman for it.
No, I appreciate it very much. It's a great time. Our best days are ahead of us. Very exciting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan.
Guys.
Dan Edwards, thank you very much. So if anybody's interested, Dan, where do they go again?
Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake's website, yeah.
Let us know if you are. And you heard what he said about meritocracy. And that was seamless. We didn't go too political. Look, I think it's in the air with RFK Jr. and what people want. Beef tallow. Who knew? Remember when we were over at McDonald's and we talked about that? When Trump was over at McDonald's at beef tallow versus the seed oil.
It's delicious, supposedly.
Yeah.
I've never gotten the chance to have it.
Well, the bottom line is, if RFK Jr., my message is, stay in that lane, please. Exhaust all that before you go to this other stuff. Food. I mentioned the Make America Great Healthy Again. These moms, they were the driving force, one of them, that we're trying to get on, that put Trump together with RFK Jr., kind of brokered that. And look at the result where we are. I think he's going to be confirmed, but we'll find out what's happening today. Hit us on this side question, 855-839-1210.
So I just pulled up an article here.
Yes.
That notes, in 1985 article, that Arby's, Bob's Big Boy, Burger King, Dairy Queen, Hardee's, McDonald's,
Right.
Popeyes, Wendy's were all using beef tallow at the time. And a research organization, Center for Science and the Public Interest.
Oh, yeah. Slow down on that one. Go ahead.
Center for Science and the Public Interest said an absence of labeling laws had left most consumers unaware that the beef fat or tallow mixed with a little vegetable oil was being used by these chains, and they contribute to heart disease.
That outfit, Dan, has been scurrilous. I remember, not that I like it, fettuccine Alfredo, heart attack on a plate. Popcorn. They went wild over the popcorn stuff.
Don't you take away my fettuccine Alfredo?
No, I mean, they are one of the driving force. A lot of it is junk science. Look, people know they're listening. They're smart. You can't eat this stuff every day, no matter what the product is, right? But it can be made more healthful. That's the message of RFK Jr. He said the other day, I'm not going to come after your cheeseburger. Trump's got me on the guardrails with that. But you should know the limitations around this. All right, 855-839-1210. Love to get your reaction to that. Or do you just say, I don't care what they put in it if it tastes good? I think people want a little of both. And I'm kind of surprised. We may find somebody here listening that wants to open a franchise here and would be happy to get that going. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. We're monitoring all the developments in 3 hearings today. Pete Hegseth has just said, and I need some help with people. We had some people call in earlier who were pilots or military, that the helicopter, the 3 pilots, were wearing night vision goggles. Now, I don't know if that's standard I've seen enough stuff in films and all with night vision goggles to know that's a little bit of a tricky thing with that. Would that impede them? Would that help them? I know it's supposed to help them. Or were they training on that because they may have to do that in other situations? Pete Hegseth, just saying in a conference that they were wearing night vision goggles. All right, 855-839-1210. Help us out with that if you have a thought or two on it. Well, we got something big coming up this Saturday. Don't forget Diane Cardano back with her fabulous breakfast seminars. And if you have a question if you're an empty nester or soon-to-be empty nesters out there, or you're wondering if this is your year to downsize, maybe you want to know the latest trends in the real estate market that will impact how fast your home will sell, or maybe you want to know how the new administration's policies will affect the value of your home with the decrease in regulations and cutting of taxes. Well, there's a lot to be thinking about. That's where my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors comes in to answer all of the questions for you at our next breakfast event for future home sellers this Saturday morning, February 1st, at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Diane unlocks the secrets to outshine the competition, boost your bottom line, take control of your equity, and sell fast, smarter, and for more. I'll be there Saturday morning around 8:15, and I think the breakfast starts around 8:30. It's always a great time to meet you, talk about all the developments that are out there, and get Diane's advice. Plus, she'll be signing copies of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Call 215-576-8666. Or, it's all free. Just let them know you're coming. Go to 215-576-8666.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Philly, relax and recover like champions. Save big on the Philly Special 7-person hot tub, only $69.99. Plus score $1,500 off saunas and 50% off chill tubs. Deals are going fast. Call Spring Dance Hot Tubs today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Dom time. At 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with Mary Holland, who is the right-hand person lawyer for RFK Jr., and they're in Washington with him. We think the hearing will be over by then. We'll get you full developments, what's come out, what are her thoughts on some of the stuff that's going on over the last 2 days. Dana Bash, of course, striking for the media. Look, we've had several callers, and I was in agreement with them. I get President Trump's point today, but I think he didn't connect the dots here with DEI. Pete Hegseth says it might be an elevation issue with the helicopter group. All right, we're probing that to see what that means. But Dana Bash now telling on CNN, Trump has made the American public afraid to fly because of DEI. Ridiculous. What has made us fearful is what I always say about this. Progressivism, all the DEI stuff, the lack of requirements. At times, they seem to be silly. And then at times, frightening and deadly. These people are not serious. They're not serious in the way that you and I might be of what we want out of people that are in positions where it can be life and death. They're more interested, their focus, as President Trump said today, is on other things, so-called DEI, to the extreme. Now, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see the evidence more fully with flight controllers. These jobs are incredibly stressful, incredibly difficult, and we should be looking at that. So did Trump make Americans fearful of flying today? I was critical of him for other reasons on this. Or is this about that they still are fighting a rear guard action here on this DEI stuff and just saying it's all made up or so what? Trump talking about you can have psychiatric problems, you can have mental illness, a whole list of things, and it's true. And he was under fire before this just for pushing federal workers. Hey, you want to take a buyout? Realize you're going to come to the office now. The argument on the other side is, well, this is going to cut down on federal workers, and what's going to happen is the world's going to end. I mean, we have to have just a calm but assertive debate to say, of course we want the best and the brightest air traffic controllers, looking at our food quality, water quality, those kinds of things. But how many of these federal workers are actually doing work like that? And how many of them are either the deep state, lazy and the deep state, just working at home, sort of, causing trouble, not really productive? That's my view of a great number of them. And those that are not, that are in these other positions, should be rewarded, should be recruited heavily. Of course we want that. But they're trying to use the fact that some of these things are really important to dissuade us from going after those that they call themselves non-essential. All right, Joe in Bordentown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what do you have today?
Hello, Dom.
Hi, Joe.
I have a quote from Buckaroo Banzai. Wherever you go, there you are.
All right. Is that an oxymoron, guys? How do we rule on that? It's, I guess, okay.
Yeah, I thought it worked. That's why I took it.
Okay. All right. We'll put that one down. I got to noodle that one. That's a little esoteric. All right. So coming up, we're going to talk to Mary Howland, who I'm told through my contact with the RFK Jr. people is the lawyer that runs the Children's Defense Fund for him, the colleague that he advised. Yesterday we brought you, or the day before, the science guy. This is the legal. She's there in Washington with him during the hearings. So you're going to get somebody right on the inside. We have Dom's Money Melody. I'm still waiting for the evidence. That was an hour ago that President Trump said in the news conference there would be more evidence coming out about what he's talking about. I'd like to hear it. I don't hear anything but the air traffic controller that seems to me to be out of line. And the night goggle part of this, I guess that's part of their training. Is that a factor in any of this? We continue here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. I'm excited to announce that our new home is complete, and it's built just for you. Built for savings, built for service. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. Right now, it's effortless to buy, trade, or upgrade at Colonial Hyundai. Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the region. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Tucson's, Santa Fe's, Palisades, and Konas. For this month only, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. Every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and doc fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 3rd, 2025.
Hi, I'm Mike Venaria Jr. with Prosperity Private Wealth. No matter your occupation, whether you work for a big company or you're a small business owner, everyone wants to keep as much of their earnings as possible. I specialize in tax minimization strategies and retirement planning that'll help you build a strong financial future for you and your future generations. Call me, Mike Venaria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Officials don't expect any survivors in the mid-air crash between a passenger plane and Army helicopter in D.C. The Philadelphia School District Superintendent cites progress in his second State of the Schools address. And the Eagles have their first practice today in preparation for the big game in New Orleans.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, big issues, big guests. We have with us Mary Holland. Mary is the Chief Executive Officer of the Children's Health Defense, advisor to RFK Jr. for over a decade, live from the RFK Jr. hearing in Washington. Mary joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Mary, thank you very much for joining us today. Is the hearing over?
Yes, the hearing is over today. So there have been two hearings. Yesterday, the Finance Committee. Today, the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. And I think there'll be a vote next week.
Well, it looked pretty good yesterday. The only area that I think, and again, I don't want to say this is a small area, all the nuances of this per se. What's your response to RFK Jr., the criticism, not caring too much about Medicaid or Medicare, the nuances of all that?
Well, I mean, in truth, I do think some of the senators probably are a lot more experienced in dealing with those questions to date. But Bobby is a quick study. I have worked with him for a long time. And when he wants to get up to speed on stuff, he does quickly. So I have no doubt that he will know the ins and outs of Medicaid and Medicare and EMTALA in no time.
We were hoping from this, and I'm not sure how much we got, a great debate in America on several things, of back and forth, vaccines, food supply, et cetera. What were the high points of getting to that? Talk to me about the testimony that you liked. They really got into the debate about what Americans want here and whether this is the guy to deliver that.
Yeah. Well, I totally agree with you. I think the American public is really hungry for a serious, grown-up debate about food and about all the environmental factors that are causing us to be as sick as we've ever been, despite spending more than we ever have, and why we have shorter lifespans than other developed countries. I think the country wants to have that conversation. That's part of the reason they voted for Donald Trump, who at the end was in alliance with Robert Kennedy. I don't think we got that debate today. I think it was, sadly, a very truncated kind of conversation. I felt, sadly, that many of the senators were really grandstanding. They weren't really asking questions to have a dialogue and to better understand Robert Kennedy's position. In fact, many of them kept insisting, yes or no answer, as if one could answer all of these questions with a simple yes or no. These are complicated issues. So it was frustrating from that perspective. But if he is confirmed, I am very confident that he will have for the public really robust dialogues about these critical issues, about additives in foods, about fertilizers, about pesticides, and about vaccines, and about Medicaid and Medicare, and how should they be reformed. I think he is in favor of radical transparency, and that he believes is needed to restore trust in our public health agencies, and I agree.
Mary, Rand Paul, I'll play this in a second, but I wanted to ask you a question. I'm all on board with RFK Jr. on the food issue. The farm thing, I have to see exactly where that lands about the raising. You mentioned it. I think it may not be as radical. But the vaccine thing, coming off COVID, I understand where people are, some of the downsides of this. In a nutshell, if you can. And if you can't, long talk it a little bit here. It's a hard question. What is his position on vaccine? Is it just we need to study? Do we really need to study the polio vaccine more? How much more efficacy do we need to see? What am I missing about the polio vaccine? Is that just made up?
Well, there wasn't much discussion of that today. I think he believes there needs to be greater transparency around the science of vaccines. And one of the things that is under HHS is something called the Vaccine Safety Data Link. And this did come up today. There's also something called Z-Safe. And the data in those systems is robust. There's millions of de-identified records there, and they're not open to all scientists. Bobby wants to make the records around vaccines open to all scientists so we can actually do really unbiased science. Remember that all the science that goes to the FDA for review or the CDC is done by pharma. It's not done by the agencies independently. The agencies don't really, they look at the science, but they don't do it themselves. They don't see the stuff that went into the drawer. Remember that since 1980, with Congress's passing the Bayh-Dole Act, scientists at NIH can get lifetime heritable royalties for their work on pharmaceutical products. So I think Bobby thinks that there are very serious conflicts of interest throughout the health bureaucracy under HHS. And I think job one is transparency. Job two is ensure that there aren't conflicts of interest that are putting their fingers on the scale so that we don't really know what the real science says.
Is there support on the Democrat side for that? They would be the party in the past. He made that broad statement, which is true in the past.
Yeah.
He was their
Right.
guy, now not. Who would
Right.
not want to root out conflict of interest around something this serious, particularly
Right.
post-COVID, what we've seen play out
Right.
here?
Right. Well, it was, although the Democratic senators said that they wanted to get rid of corruption and, they were pro-science, they were certainly really hostile towards him and didn't allow him to answer questions very effectively.
I want to play for you, Mary, Rand Paul, who my producer Dan pulled here, maybe offering the best defense around this vaccine question. Dan, Mary, was Rand on the committee, today's committee?
Yes, he was.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, because you had two
and
committees.
he spoke very eloquently, actually. So he's a physician. There were three physicians on the committee: Dr. Cassidy, Dr. Marshall, and Dr. Paul. And Dr. Paul gave a nice foil to Dr. Cassidy around one issue that was brought up in terms of vaccines.
Here's a little bit of Rand Paul, then we'll get your reaction.
Sure.
But for goodness sakes, let's have an honest debate about these things. The COVID vaccine. If you ask me my opinion, the reporters run up and down the hall and they say, "You still anti-vaccine?" No, I'm pro-vaccine. But on the COVID vaccine and on the COVID illness, there was a 1,000-fold or more difference between the elderly and children. If you don't acknowledge that, you're committing malpractice. You're showing your ignorance. If you say a 6-month-old must be mandated to get it, the science is not there. So all this blather about the science says this and the science says that, no, it doesn't. The science actually shows that no healthy child in America died from COVID. Look it up. No healthy child died from COVID. And so the thing is that it's 1,000-fold greater. So if you ask me my advice as a physician, if you were 65 or older or overweight and some other conditions, I would have said, hell yes, I'd take the COVID vaccine. The risks of the disease were real and much greater than the vaccine. But if you ask me, should my healthy 6-month-old get it? See, these are the nuances you're unwilling to talk about because there's such a belief in submission. Submit to the government. Do what you're told. There is no discussion. There ought to be a debate. You're not going to let him have the debate because you're just going to criticize and say, it is this, and admit to it, or we're not going to appoint you. But it's more complicated than that. And this is why people distrust government, because you're unwilling to have these.
All right, there you go. Mary, I think that's all great stuff. Is Dr. Cassidy, the senator from Louisiana, is he the one Republican? Were there others where you think there was pretty, good debate with RFK?
Yes, there were many. So I love that clip from Rand Paul. He said that today in the hearing. Many of the Republicans were very thoughtful. Senator Marshall, Senator Mullen, Senator Tuberville. They asked questions and they wanted Senator Murkowski, Senator Collins. They asked questions and seemed to really care about what the answers were. And I don't want to say that none of the Democrats did, but many of them seemed more intent on just sort of expressing their hostility to Kennedy as a potential nominee.
Mary, on the political side of this, we're seeing these Make America Healthy Again mothers who maybe are vaguely moderate Republicans, maybe not. They seem to be a driving force, though, that actually one of them is credited with pushing Trump and RFK Jr. together in this alliance, and one of them was there today. Talk about some of the people that are supportive, that are, outside this just Democrat-Republican stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm the CEO of Children's Health Defense, and we actually have a streaming platform at our website, children'shealthdefense.org. And so I interviewed people waiting online yesterday morning and this morning before the hearings. There were thousands of people waiting. Bobby does have a following around the country about making America healthy again, and particularly moms, and that came up in the hearing today. A new mom wants to have a healthy child. That's just inherent in the human condition. It's inherent in an animal condition. It's not a partisan issue. And so, yes, people are in this MAHA movement from all over the political spectrum. And I have to say, because they're really sincere that they want to have a healthy country and they want to have healthy kids, it was really discouraging to see the level, the quality of the discourse yesterday and today, because it was not grown-up speaking. It was really like sort of like an elevated food fight, to be honest with you.
In what way? Is it the areas they're getting into? Is it, or you mentioned that, well, first of all, I know it's got to be a lot on the person being interrogated and on you, the supporter sitting there. I would do much longer hearings. If I have to space them out, I got to space them out. Something like this, you can't say 5 or 8 minutes to be asking questions, because that's what you're going to get. If you have a longer forum to explain this and debate it, maybe more reasonable people calm down and we actually get into a debate, as Rand Paul mentioned, that's much more nuanced.
Right. Well, I agree with you. And I do think that that's possible, but that wasn't what we saw yesterday and today. But on the other hand, I do think that, the Senate did get a fairly good feeling for Bobby Kennedy and what he stands for and what he's said in the past and what his views are today. And I do think they're going to be prepared to vote by next week.
Mary, parting area for you. So give us a couple of things that you, as an advisor and RFK Jr., supports that would be imminent things. We hear dye in the food. We hear several food products that seem to be no-brainers. And we're also hearing not just Big Pharma, but more the agricultural people. Is it they're worried about cost of actually not using these, meaning shelf life and things of that nature? What's their concern or interest in this to oppose Kennedy?
That's a good question. I mean, it seems like there's just such entrenched partisanship in Washington right now. As I think one of the Republican senators said, the Democratic senators just, they don't like President Trump and they don't want to support his nominee. On some people, they cross the aisle, but maybe I don't know. I mean, I can't really honestly explain it, because if there's anything that's going to be bipartisan, it should be children's health and it should be the country's health. And it wasn't. It's really not it really is a partisan issue. But Bobby wants to do things like, look at the way that we regulate food. As he often says, there's 10,000 chemicals that are in American food supply. There's 400 in Europe. We have a process where things are put in the marketplace and then you have to take them out through litigation and regulation. We don't have a precautionary principle in the same way that most European countries do. I think but his basic first step is a kind of transparency. He also talked today and yesterday about bringing new kinds of people to HHS, not people who are career doctors and scientists and bureaucrats in government who want to have this as a career, but bringing entrepreneurs, bringing people with innovation, bringing people with new ideas. I do think people got a good sense for his commitment to this issue.
Well, I think it's the most consequential, other than the FBI, and those are tied in my mind. This would be legacy stuff. This would clearly be something that millions of people that are usually outside partisanship here would grab onto. They'd be excited about, and that's always a good thing. Mary, where do we find the Children's Health Defense? Where do we go?
children'shealthdefense.org, no apostrophe, children'shealthdefense.org. We have a free newsletter you can sign up for, The Defender. We have streaming every day that's free at Children's CHD TV. And we put out original science, and we also do litigation around environmental exposures that affect children's health. We want to end the epidemic of chronic childhood disease, just like Bobby Kennedy.
Absolutely. Mary, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Mary Holland here on Talk Radio 1210. So we've heard from two people right inside there. When are we going to hear Dan from the big guy himself? Maybe we're moving toward that. Yeah, but why would Democrats be opposed to the person that shares that? That's the argument against him off from the other side. He's more liberal. Why? Because it's just partisanship. Maybe special interests that are involved with some of these people, be it drug company money or big food that's out there. The food lane is so open. People are in such agreement. I think you get 75, 80% of Americans on that. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Give me your reaction to that. We're looking at the NTSB briefing on the air collision. I haven't seen anything new, and I'm waiting for the information President Trump talked about. And also, Pete Hegseth says they were wearing night vision goggles. Haven't seen that put into contacts. Would that help or make things more difficult in this? But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That is exactly right. We're playing today for a pair of tickets to see the Dirk Quinn Band's Scabby Toad, a unique musical adventure that reimagines the Beatles' Abbey Road at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College on January 31st. Dan?
Hey, Dom, so today we're talking about oxymorons, and
Yes.
there's a famous band by the name of Led Zeppelin that, if you think about it, quite the oxymoron, combining a very
Yes.
heavy metal with a floating device. But a great song that they do, Stairway to Heaven, was covered by a band, Dom, and follow me back now to 1972, where at a Hocus Pocus show, believe it or not, one of these family members went and met the love of her life, then with one of her family members formed with the love of her life's family member a band that went on to become a revolution in both heavy rock and folk music. So, Dom, this band then covered Led Zeppelin at the Kennedy Center Honors doing Stairway to Heaven. I want to know what the name of the cover band is today. I gave you all those clues, Dom. Take a listen.
When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed. With a word, she can get what she came for.
Oh, it's so good. If you know the voice, you know the voice.
I've heard the voice. I don't know the name. I'm getting to it, though.
So we want to know who that is singing there.
All right, and you're off to the Zlock for a great night. We love the Zlock Performing Arts Center. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. Give me your reaction to Mary Holland, the right-hand person there, for RFK Jr., of what happened during these hearings. Little hard to say if a Democrat or two, like Fetterman, might go his way. Fetterman did not think he was good the first day, though, at least according to one interview he did. But I think this is going to be within a vote or so. And he is the most consequential. I think Kash Patel is going to make it. Tulsi Gabbard, if they vote in secrecy, will not. If they vote in public, I think so. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
And my spirit is crying for you. In my thoughts, I see rings of smoke through the trees and the voices of those who stand looking.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, Call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Take charge of your finances in 2025 by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano Program.
On Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Show me the money. All right, Dom Giordano Show. By the way, I'll save it for a moment. I just saw something from the Gabbard here where I'm thrilled that people are willing to analyze what's going on today with the Trump administration. Call it as they see it. That's all that we should be doing. All right, we're looking for who's covering this classic song, and Dan gave a ton of clues. Let's hear it one more time. All right, let's go to Deborah in Maple Shade on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Debbie, who's covering that song?
Jason Bonham.
No.
Do you know who the singer is? Because Jason Bonham's playing drums in the song, but do you happen to know who the singer is?
Is Sammy Hager?
No, good try.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Bonham wouldn't be covering that song, Dan.
Well, no, his son is Jason Bonham. It's John Bonham's son, and he's actually playing drums on this track, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Mike in Delaware. Mike, who's covering the song?
Hi, I'm sorry. I thought that was Hart. I thought it was the Wilson sisters, voice-wise.
Yes.
You got it, brother. That's
right,
it. It
Mike,
is Hart.
Okay. All right. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
I'll put you on hold, Mike.
You know
Enjoying the show. Dan, any more little background there?
Yeah, no, just a little background is Nancy went to a concert, a Hocus Pocus concert, and met the guitarist brother of Hocus Pocus, Roger Fisher's brother, Mike Fisher, and they started a relationship, went back to Canada with him, met the rest of the band members of Heart and some from Hocus Pocus, spun off and became what we now know as the revolutionary band Heart. They're covering Led Zeppelin, which ties to our side question of oxymorons.
All right, 855-839-12. Led Zeppelin. Boy, that was a real, beautifully done.
A lot of turns there.
Yeah.
Doc.
All right, a couple things. In the, now you guys probably don't have any knowledge of, maybe you have a thimbleful. It wasn't, he hasn't been relevant in the news that much in the last 5 to 8 to 10 years. In the Gabbard hearing, I don't think this is disqualified, but I differ with her on this. They're going after her because Gabbard refused 4 times to call Edward Snowden a traitor. I would call him a traitor. He's not a hero. He's a traitor. But I don't think it's disqualifying. You can have a different point of view on this with Snowden. The nuance and the backstory. Dan, Edward Snowden, does that name bring an opinion out of you or no?
Yeah, well, not much. I mean, the guy. I think
right.
He was kind of treated unfairly, but at the same time, the way he went about his business was probably not the way he should have done it.
And to Russia, etc.
Yeah.
And the point we just heard from Mary Holland. I think it got heated. I didn't know why this Senator Hassan from New Hampshire was really agitated yesterday with Kennedy. And apparently her son has cerebral palsy. And her argument was that RFK Jr. wants to relitigate settled science. All right, here's a little bit of it. Then I'm going to make a point with this and see what you think. Go ahead.
And one of the things that was most disturbing to me about yesterday's hearing was the suggestion from some of my friends on the other side of the dais that our intense questioning and concerns about Mr. Kennedy were driven by partisanship. I have voted for 5 of President Trump's nominees to date in the last couple of weeks. One of them, the new Secretary of Transportation, was on the scene last night at DCA. Like all of us, I take really seriously our obligation for advice and consent. And I am concerned, as Senator Mullen expressed his concern, about the need for science to help us move forward on critical issues. Now, some of you are new to this committee and new to the Senate, so you may not know that I am the proud mother of a 36-year-old young man with severe cerebral palsy. And a day does not go by when I don't think about what did I do when I was pregnant with him that might have caused the hydrocephalus that has so impacted his life. So please do not suggest that anybody in this body of either political party doesn't want to know what the cause of autism is. Do you know how many friends I have with children who have autism? The problem with this witness's response on the autism cause and the relationship to vaccines is because he's relitigating and churning settled science so we can't go forward.
All right, Dan, let's cut it right there. Now, this idea, and this is an adult thing, as we talked. I wish I had this. I would have asked Mary Holland. In other words, I'm in a camp that says this term of relitigating is fascinating. What is settled science here? And you can see some people who will just want to churn or rechurn anything. So is this settled science? Other people can argue it's dangerous to say this stuff is settled science because science is always relooking at stuff. So how much is relooking and how much is continuing to churn and get people fired up, particularly on the autism thing? Backdrop to this. One of the reasons why this is so difficult with some of this stuff is COVID. We just heard Rand Paul. He made a great point about people that should have gotten the vaccine scientifically versus foisting it on kids and young, healthy males, 15 to 19, and myocarditis. But I wouldn't say, because we oppose that we ought to jump in and want to relitigate everything that's involved with the vaccine. I'm not in that camp. But I am in the camp of the COVID thing has spoiled and opened up the door to all this because it was wrong. Fauci and these others up and down the line. We had a big study back yesterday, how bad America's kids, that's my other passion, school, where I came from, using that a lot, how bad it is. And it's not getting any better. There's no urgency. Schools were closed way too long, and the lower income people have suffered the most. And they're not going to recoup that unless there's a massive effort to do something about it. And America's schools are not. All that money spent. So that's why this is an exciting issue. And you can imagine someone whose son is in that situation, emotionally churning as this is going on. But it was a fair point that Democrats, particularly Warren, Bernie Sanders, a whole array of them, were just hammering a guy they fundamentally agree with, it seems, most of the time before they lionized him, now because it's involved with Trump. So 855-839-1210, this idea of relitigating stuff, I think it's silly to say, well, what's the harm? There are things that are settled. That'd be an extra debate. Is it settled or not? Is it a distraction? Are we going back to the autism thing again because of COVID? COVID was a nightmare of what's happened here. And it's undermined confidence, rightfully so, on that part of it. All right, so that's pretty emotional stuff. When you carry a child and it ends up like this, I get it. And if you're human, you want to think, did I do this, that, or the other? What could I have done to avoid this? But I don't like Jenny McCarthy, Dan, I'll tell you. And people can, I think Jenny McCarthy was allowed to get away with ridiculous stuff. I know she suffered. I think she has a child with autism. But that doesn't mean Oprah and Larry King and all these other people should have put her on saying, yeah, it was just due to vaccine. The emotionality of this, it's supposed to be science on this. And you have people with human situations like this senator, where I would be revved up too. But we have to take a look at what this guy brings to the table. And what he brings to the table is what America wants, at least on the food side, big time. That's the lane here. And can the other be reined in? Well, that's Trump's job. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us on the side question also here. Let me go to Fred in West Brandywine. Fred, thank you for the wait. Go right ahead.
Dom, thank you so much for answering getting my call on. Dom, I was more interested in the airplane crash today.
Sure. Go right ahead.
I listened to the president and I was upset because I think Congress is very tight. Only two people between Congress and Democrats taking over the congressional caucus, the congressional leadership. And I think a report card on Donald Trump is going to be 2026. And I want him to win and win strong so he can continue to carry out what he wanted to do. But today's speech about the aircraft incident, it was almost as bad as Bo and Joe. It wasn't bereavement. It should have concentrated on bereavement. And I was upset. And I just wanted to pass that on.
I agree with you. There is part of me, Fred, though, and maybe this was not even 24 hours, that says when something is fresh like this, you have to understand the politics of the people. What I would have advised to do, bereavement, and then I would have pointed out what the left was doing here, blaming him because he put out a memo about quality standards here. But he lost the thread when he started suggesting this air traffic controller was off on this. I don't think that's true. I don't see evidence of that.
It's just that he indicates, he just was such a great contrast between Joe Biden and the successor that he won the public. He won overwhelmingly, except for Congress, the House of Representatives. And he needs that strength, and he needs to go forward there. And anything detracting, it just upset me. I'm sorry I'm detracting from the Robert F. Kennedy.
No, Fred, listen, I'm so glad. Look, it's a free forum on this stuff. And what you called in and what you said is, I think that's where a lot of Trump supporters are. They think that the DEI is a cancer But that moment, launching into it, and the other thing is when you go free form with that, people are thinking, "My God, don't we know that people are dead?" It's not fully the moment. Less is more with it.
Well, and I digress a little bit, but on DEI, remember how the Soviet ships had a communist political officer on board who second-guessed the captain of the ship?
Yep.
That's what I consider DEI, to be the communist political guy dictating what the captain can do with the ship. Hey, I'm going to shut down, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Dan, there was an oxymoron there. Less is more. One of the favorite statements, though. It's an oxymoron, but there is some truth to that, right?
Yeah.
All right. We are looking for, I see some good ones here. Your all-time oxymoron coming off that malicious compliance of the military this week. All right. So that was emotional testimony from that senator. And I didn't hear the response from RFK Jr. on it. But 855-83, but there is a partisan part to this. Warren, some of these others, they were always supportive of RFK Jr. He's their guy. Why suddenly is he off the mark? They didn't castigate him in this manner before. It's mixed into the Trump thing. Will some Democrats vote for him? I don't think so. 855-839-1210. You get on board.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke.
Clear and windy overnight with a low of 26. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 43. Friday, we're back up to 50 with some rain. Saturday, we'll see the sun again with a high of 41. Sunday, 42. We could see some rain or maybe even some wet snow.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Dreaming of a new bathroom?
Emmons Remodeling can turn your dreams into reality.
From modern shower or bath surround upgrades to complete remodels, our team of designers and remodeling construction experts deliver stunning results. We use high-quality materials to ensure that your bathroom will look great and last for years to come.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano show. I haven't seen a day with so much stuff. That's top line, the president this morning, the crash as we get more details, and then 3 hearings going on that have been, the RFK Jr. is still probably the most intense, though, and the most
You want to hear some
interesting.
fireworks that were flown?
Yes. Is this the Gabbard or?
No, this is Sanders. Bernie Sanders versus RFK.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear.
Got, 20 minutes ago. Take a listen.
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will you guarantee do what every other major country does? That's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies; it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh no!
And protecting their interests.
Oh. I thought that would come. No. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money.
Contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
you were the
not a nickel from corporate
Bernie,
PACs.
you were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but...
Oh, my goodness. All right, you know why this is good, though? Because these are turning on the devil's in the details here. Who's right, et cetera. And that's how we try to intervene and give you the picture on that. I take Bernie Sanders' point. I don't know that he took money from Big Pharma, per se. I want to see the evidence on that. But it was a great pushback. I got to say, it was a stunning pushback on Bernie on that one. Yeah.
I like how Bernie really wanted to hammer down that they're contributions. They're contributions. They're not anything else.
They depend who they're from. I mean, are they able to break out that these are workers in the pharmaceutical industry versus the people that actually... I don't know that he can do that.
Shifty Schiff got into it with Kash Patel, if you want to
All right, oh, the pencil necker.
Tell me, Mr. Patel, what due diligence did you do to find out who was in the choir before you promoted their beautiful music? These people assaulted law enforcement. What due diligence did you do?
Senator, I didn't record it myself.
So you did no due diligence before you promoted this song by these violent felons. Is that what you're telling us?
Senator, I did not record that myself.
So you're being considered for director of the FBI. And here you did no diligence to find out whether people you were associating with now the President of the United States in song were convicted of attacking police officers. Is that who we want running the FBI? I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel, and tell them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did, Mr. Patel. They're right there. They're guarding you today. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it. I've never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and women, as you know,
you
my entire
glorified it in
life,
song,
and I did
Mr.
not make a single dime out of
in
it.
song.
All right,
Well,
there we go. Thank you, Dan. Wow. I don't remember a more intense day. Patel was very good today. I think he's going to make it. The Gabbard, it depends on whether it is in person or in private. All right. I'm trying to follow this, Henry, with Robert. Okay now or no? It's a better. Yeah.
He wanted to go last.
Oh, okay.
That's
all right. Yeah, we'll do that. Paul in Deptford on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul, go right ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. Regarding what Mary Holland had said
yes.
about Elizabeth Warren, if Elizabeth Warren was so against Kennedy suing pharmaceuticals, it just proves that Kennedy is not in the pharmaceuticals pocket. That he's going to have a more contentious relationship with them, which is probably what we need in order for science to be true science that we believe in, or we keep arguing and keep finding the truth and always going forward, finding something better. That's what
he is going to have the most contentious relationship. Yeah, I thought it just showed you how far they'll go. They're trying to take away something that's obvious. He is an adversary of Big Pharma. Yeah, there's no doubt. Premier adversary of them. All right, what's your answer to the side, Paul?
The tax code. It may not be written in the tax code, but it is voluntary compliance. Like you can't volunteer something and can comply with it.
You know who I feel talking to me when you said that? I can hear Irv Homer on my shoulder, one of the all-time greats of talk radio. He must have said that 5,000 times, Dan. And at WWDB, they backed him. The IRS came out, sat in the conference room for a month going through the books of WWDB because of Irv Homer. Can you imagine that pressure right down the hall? Oh, my God. Actually sitting there, and you see papers being flipped back and forth. Voluntary compliance. That's going to be a little hard to beat. All right. It is the lightning round here. And Joe has a little critique we'll get to on our ball spinning. All right, Joe.
Whoa.
We'll see more of this at Mulligan's from Joe of Columbus here. We'll have a lot of critiques. Henry was good.
Joe's got a history of spinning balls in the finger. He was telling me on the phone.
Oh, all right. Book him. That's the first booking for Mulligan's in June.
Was he a former Globetrotter or something?
Yeah.
I mean, the neighborhood he grew up in, it sounds like they're all Globetrotters. But
remember, we used to have Washington General call in occasionally.
Red Klotz is the guy I referenced today, the two-hand set shot.
Is he the one that would call in?
No, it was a different guy. I played him down in Margate, Dan, and I liked it because it was the old-fashioned game, no fouls. You know what I mean? It's just all, you got to be able to take it. All right.
One more cut that's going to go viral? Yeah. Amy Klobuchar versus Chairman Grassley. And
let's hear it.
And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. Let's ask them.
Mr. Chairman, I am quoting his own words from September of 2024. It is his own words. It is not some conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually said himself. Facts matter.
You forget that you had 3 minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say them again.
Okay.
Grassley's a 90-year-old who does 100 push-ups in front of them. Klobuchar, let's check today. Did we see it on TV? Are her legs shaved?
Can't see him today, Dom.
Henry, as a producer, that's one job you never have to do. No leg shaving
Henry,
here.
get down to Washington and check Amy Klobuchar's hair.
Check him out and see if she's eating her salad with a comb. She did that one time, too.
Comb?
A comb, yeah. They didn't provide a fork. She took out a comb and ate it. Oh, yeah. She ran for president, too. Is this a great country or what? Dom Giordano Show, Talk Radio 1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Oh, no.
I'm glad we got that in here today. Old Chucky Schumer. By the way, the difference with Sean Duffy, head of the Transportation Department, and, Mayor Pete, when things like this happen, it should be obvious today. Side question, hit us with that all-time oxymoron.
Oh, I thought that would come. No.
Let's go to Joe in Exton. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My oxymoron involves the disclaimer of turning water into wine. In other words, making the best of a difficult situation. Mary and her son Jesus were at a wedding gathering when the host runs out of wine. Mary then turns to Jesus and asks him, could he do anything to remedy the situation? Jesus undertakes to turn water into wine, thus making the best of a difficult situation.
Thank you, Joe. I thought it was turning lemons into lemonade, but okay. That was a little bit more grandiose than my lemonade.
It's Joe of Exton. What do you expect?
That's the right on brand, as always. Joe in Columbus, who's always on brand, that Dallas Cowboy brand. All right, Joe, good afternoon. What's your critique on our ball spinning today, so to speak?
First of all, if I can talk for a minute, Rand Paul, if he didn't diffuse people's impression of the medical community, nobody can.
Yeah.
Because he tried to tell everybody this is not a one-size-fits-all. You better get it in your heads. I thought it was beautiful.
Oh, it is. And look, this was meaty stuff today. I mean, you don't get sound like this from these hearings every day. It was incredible, right. Bad and good. So, Joe, how do we do on the ball spinning?
Tell us about your balls, Joe.
Well, Doc, you have to understand, I grew up with the guy who was the focal point of the Boston College point shaving scandal. He came from Trenton, the point guard of Boston College. The guy was the best athlete I've ever – he was like a 16 letterman in high school. What I saw today was pretty darn ugly. And my side question is pretty ugly.
Gotcha, Joe. All right. Well, if you out at Mulligan's this year, we're going to be doing some ball spinning, so to speak.
Well, yes. I grew up with the Pete Maravich commercials. Remember the old dry control Vitalis?
Yes.
He used to spit that ball everywhere. We had to learn how to do that.
All right, Joe. We're going to see you in doing that. Robert, we got to get Robert in for 30 seconds here. All right, Robert, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom, Dan, short story, 20 seconds tops. I was wanting to date this lady a couple years ago, and her friend said I shouldn't ask because she thought I was pretty ugly. But I had talked to the girl before, and I thought that it was a definite possibility. So I asked her out, and she didn't answer at first, and it was getting awkward. You could say that the silence was deafening. But she agreed to go out with me. We went out to a restaurant, and they had an all-you-can-eat. So we enjoyed a lot of jumbo shrimp, and we really had a great night, okay? But in the end, it wasn't a match. So I guess you could say that the whole experience was bittersweet.
Oh, beautifully put together. That's a great one. I got to tell you, though, I love the voluntary compliance. I got to go with that one today.
Malicious compliance?
Voluntary compliance.
Oh, voluntary compliance.
Yeah, voluntary compliance. But the IRS.
Oh, yes.
You voluntarily comply. They say that. It's a voluntary compliance. But if I don't comply, what happens? You go to jail.
Yeah.
All right. Rich Cioli takes you next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.